Hello, everyone, and welcome to NRG Neon Dream presented by the Army National Guard. This event is a celebration of women making waves in Valorant and beyond, and I cannot wait to get started with the competition. So why wait? My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the desk, we have your two wonderful casters to kick things off. We have Gompers and Becky. Welcome in, you two. We are here for Neon Dream. Exciting times. It's going to be a great weekend ahead. Becky, how are you doing?
I'm doing really good. I mean, I'm very excited to be here. This is such a cool event to be a part of. It's so cool to get to see a little bit of GC in the off season as well, and see how these teams are kind of squaring up as some things are starting to change, especially with some big in-game changes as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting time. I cannot wait. But of course, I have to ask my girl Gompers as well. Gompers, are you excited for this weekend? What's going on?
Oh my gosh, no, it's all I've been thinking about, and I'm so excited. I mean, there's teams here that I've been familiarized with for years. Like, there's so many grassroots players just like now coming up to the Neon Dream and fighting for a pretty good grand prize. So I'm super excited. I've been pretty eager to see who's going to win.
It'll be a really exciting time. What we're going to be looking at for today and tomorrow, Becky, we have 8 invited teams here. We're going to be starting off with best of 1 groups to try and see how the seeding's going to go before we get into our single elimination best of 3 bracket with some really high tier invited teams. So you know that you're in for some great Valorant ahead.
Oh, so true. I mean, there's a bunch of teams that you're going to be like kind of watching out for, mainly like YFP, 100 Thieves, FlyQuest. Like, those are all big names that you're going to recognize and you're going to be excited to see. And there's some like smaller names within these rosters as well, some new names, some returning names. Like, even just getting ready for this event and looking through these people, I'm like, oh, okay, it's really cool to see that like these people are still hanging around, still kicking and still fighting for these prizes. And then there's also going to be some teams that are familiar from GC, but you may not be as prepared to see what they're bringing to this event, and I'm kind of excited to see what they pull out of their hats coming into this.
Yeah, and I like the bring up of GC too, because a lot of these players have just finished like a series, so they're coming out feeling pretty warmed up. Some of these teams actually, their last matchup was playing against each other, so we are going to see a lot of rematches today. I'm super hype about that, and just very, very strong contenders. I feel like every single person and every single team on this roster just looks very jacked.
I mean, you're talking about strong contenders. Wada just returned from Brazil, where they're playing in the LCQ and had a really strong run. So going into today and tomorrow, we're going to see a lot of great action. And of course, being able to play some great Valorant, that's what a lot of this is about. But of course, there's a great prize pool as well. We're going to be playing for a combined $10,000, their share of the prize pool, Becky. And of course, looking at our Uncommon Player Award, $1,000 for one standout individual. So a lot on the line for this weekend.
Absolutely true. And I think it's really cool that we do get to have this Uncommon Player Award, something that is going to highlight a specific player and kind of allows you to be watching out for that one player who just continuously is doing right by the team, kind of having their own standout plays, but also like having those moments of teamwork as well. It's usually something that you're looking for like in an individual game, but being able to kind of like follow along throughout the entire weekend and be like, oh, I keep seeing this player really shine, and being able to like highlight that at the end, I think is something that's really special to this event in particular, and something I'm excited to see. And I'm like going to be keeping my own notes, of course, to be like, who is going to be taking that 1K prize home?
I know, I'm just going to be watching all these games, like not just awesome Valorant, but ooh, who's going to get this award? So that'll be at the end of tomorrow's action. So great stuff in store. And of course, giveaways for you at home as well. Make sure to check out NRG. A lot of great stuff happening. But I want to start talking about the first matchup for today. As said, we're going to be starting off with best of 1 groups. And the very first matchup is going to be 100 Thieves going up against Kiri, Magenta. Gompers, 2 teams that we know from our Game Changer scene, which I think is going to be really exciting because they both placed quite well in our last Game Changers event.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And also 2 teams that we're facing a rematch now too. So they did face each other 1 month ago. I think it was actually the last matchup 100 Thieves had throughout the series, and the last matchup they had officially. So they're kind of going into this understanding Kiri Magenta. Kiri Magenta actually took a victory away from 100 Thieves as well. So if anything, it's more of just the firepower of pushing through, which is exciting to see. Kiri with a 2-0 sweep the last time. So we're going to be able to potentially really see maybe just a bit more come through from this game. You know, is it going to be a 100 Thieves takeaway? And maybe are the victors of last time going to be taken down this time around in a different tournament?
Again, best of one to be starting off, which I think is going to be all the more exciting with these two teams considering that history. But looking at the map picks and bans, I'm curious with where this series is going to go. I think too, Becky, when you have that choice of, well, it can only be one map, there is no forgiveness for this maybe being a bad map for you, right? Like, you got to show up right here, right now.
Absolutely true. And the last time that they did face off against each other, they went to Haven and Corrode. So I am a little surprised to see Kiri go ahead and ban Haven right at that final moment, and then Abyss end up being the pick. With a little bit of a change in map pool as well. I think that that's something to take into consideration here and why we're ending up on Abyss. But still, surprising to me, both of the map picks that were Kiri's victory last time, though they were very close games, both between Corrode and Haven, kind of be taken away, especially like for Haven to go away to Kiri's ban at the end there. But I think there's a lot to be said for a lot of strategies are going to change this month from when they previously played because of a lot of these changes, both to that map pool as well as to a lot of these agents that they're going to be playing. And I think that's kind of what makes this so exciting, is this is one of the first big tournaments where we're getting to see these agent changes. And so I'm very excited to see what that means for what our players pick.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And for, I mean, Abyss to be taken, I do know, especially for like 100 Thieves and Kiri Magenta, there hasn't been a lot of playtime these past 3 months, right, with this map. I think it's only one time that they've played within Game Changer Series 2. So it is kind of another thing, you know, of just deciding how are they going to play this the way that Becky had said, as well as, like, you know, are they going to just do the similar things that we're used to with Kiri Magenta, sticking to that same double duelist initiative comp where it is going to be the ISO and the Aura as we've seen last time, or are they going to kind of sway into something else? I mean, we did see some familiarity with some Waylay coming through from our very, very well-known Yoru player, so maybe something different is going to come through, and maybe this is a good thing.
I think that'll be exciting. The fact that both teams are proficient on Abyss before the changes, obviously there's just a full understanding of how this works out, but the fact that they both have different identities, Becky, before we get into just all of these changes that have been happening, I think it's going to be really interesting. So I'm intrigued to see if it is going to be like 100 Thieves that stick to something like that double initiator, and if it is going to be Kiri sticking to double duelist, or if the changes are also going to be like kind of redefining these maps from the inside out.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting. I think, again, because this is one of the first times that we're seeing these agent changes, and as Gompers mentioned, they haven't had as much play time in between these last few tournaments. And so I think there might be a level of they just stick to things that they're comfortable with. They aren't going to try and change things despite the changes, because at the base, all of these characters are still similar enough to what they previously were that the changing for the sake of a few nerfs isn't worth the kind of like tripping over your own shoelaces that could potentially happen. So I personally would anticipate that a lot of people are sticking to the things that they're comfortable with. I mean, again, that double duelist kind of strategy for Kiri, as well as something like that double initiator as well. I would love to see something new, but I also feel like it's a lot to expect them to come in with something completely different, especially when you have 10K on the line.
I will say at this point, though, reminder, with our best of ones, this is for seeding, right? Nobody's getting eliminated in this tournament quite yet, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just an optimist. I love seeing things switched up, guys. So I'm kind of hoping that while there maybe stakes aren't quite as high once we're in this stage as it is going to be later on in the day, maybe this is the opportunity to try out that comp that you've been really itching to really show up into the server with, when you know your compers that there's going to be a proficient team on the other end. I think it is the opportunity to maybe try and catch them off guard. And you know, if it doesn't work out, well, whatever. Like, you change it up for the best of threes, right?
Yeah, I mean, also, what really does terrify me is, like, going into this series, we're gonna see Bunny Bee and Kurosu work in cohesion here, and they are absolutely terrifying. My favorite duo ship ever. And I used to hate the double duelist, like, meta, where we were just dive comp. But I think these two do it very, very well. Last game they played, it was 27 first kills overall in the series against 100 Thieves versus the 18 overall for 100 Thieves. So that's a very big disparity, and it really does go to show, like, if 100 Thieves is getting ready for this, they're gonna need a double sentinel comp or something to kind of just take away from this, or maybe just have a player that's really honed in on trying to push these players back.
I mean, under Thieves, they definitely have the tenure and the experience on the team, but let's start getting into the game. I'm going to leave you guys be, as Abyss is almost ready, the agent select is almost ready, so I will catch you two on the other side.
Not me making a goofy face the moment that we said we're going into game. No, I wasn't ready for me to still be on camera there. But here we are going down into the match. Okay, we talked a little bit about some of the changes that are going to be potentially coming through, but it does look like Kiri is already hovering that double duelist composition. We were kind of expecting this. I know a lot of people talking into this weekend, into this patch, where like, oh, people are going to stop playing Yoru. It's going to stop being a comfort pick for some people. But I know a lot of people who have been playing that Yoru are saying, I simply don't care about the changes that are happening. And I kind of wonder if that's the case across the board for all of the changes, all the nerfs that have come through for a lot of these agents. But I would have maybe liked to, as you mentioned, see a little bit more of a defensive composition from 100 Thieves. But, and that being said, I'm pretty excited to see this more aggressive team composition that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I think it's quite odd, though. Like, Kurosu kind of stepping into the role of Yoru. I know we've seen Bunny B.
Oh, yeah.
Bunny B is like the Yoru player. It's so...
I was going to say!
It's so odd to me. And I'm not used to this, but I like it because, I mean, regardless, Bunny B is a very flexible duelist player. We've seen them play the Waylay, honestly, fairly well, while Kurosu steps into a different role, too. So it's not different from Kiri. I do think they're trying something new and just trying to, like, play to their strengths. But it's hard, you know? Like, you have so many nerfs, like you said, come through, and now they're going to have to try to just redirect themselves and work through it. I do, though, like the way Coco Melon has kind of pushed into that Vise role a bit more. I think the Flash is going to be very necessary for like key moments and pivotal peaks during that entry. So I'm hoping they can play with that to the best of their ability. I am just a tad bit afraid. I mean, Kiri is known for their aggressiveness, so that's definitely something at the top of my mind, Becky. I'm kind of like, all right, how is this going to play out?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think considering the even controller difference in these two compositions too, like the more defensive leaning thing like the Astra, the amount of time that you have on those Astra smokes compared to something like the Clove, where it is kind of a more aggressive controller. You're playing something that is pretty fast paced, doesn't have a ton of sticking power on the map, and just trying to play off of the double duelist and the Jet and the Yoru as much as possible. And even in this regard, we're immediately seeing this Clove up and close with that Yoru clone and just trying to take up as much space as early into this game as possible. While there's some lurks coming through as well, but Melia is going to do a great job of taking two down immediately. A nice little peek out from Marceline as well as Slandy across the map, and all of a sudden the aggression from Kiri Magenta is not going to go how they would have maybe liked for the start of the game.
No, and I like that. I think the setup for that was perfect. You did get to see just the perspective on the B side of being able to hold one angle. They play that so perfectly here for 100 Thieves, and I mean, now it really does put Kiri Magenta into a very uncomfortable spot, right? Leaving this 1v3, so chances are, yeah, this pistol round's not going to go the way that's planned. So a big win to start off for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I do love even down to that last minute there, 100 Thieves taking a lot of time to be very clinical about this, not saying, okay, we're 3v1, we're just going to be fine about it, we're going to hold this angle, we know some of the locations, we've heard some amount of information, and we're just going to make sure that we are not being overly aggressive. And I think that comes from, we were looking at the match that they played a month ago where Kiri Magenta did win 2-0, but those matches were close, and I think 100 Thieves now has that kind of looming over them here.
Yeah, not heading over towards the B site, though. They do have a pretty fair amount of pistols to work with here, although Melia is not going to make too much of a change happen. So, regardless, right, this pistol round pretty much just ends off the way that it does, with the majority of 100 Thieves taking it away.
Yeah, I mean, I love the little aggressive, try to run through that door, through that mid area, and just trying to get this bomb down for a little bit of extra cash in the pockets here. But it's a little hard to face off against those bulldogs that are in the hands of those defensive players, and a Vandal as well. So that defuse is going to come through no problem for 100 Thieves. Kind of how you would expect it to all end up sandwiched together in the end.
Yeah, pretty cool turnaround, though. I do believe last time, too, for a map like you know, Abyss, we did see quite a different composition come through from 100 Thieves. So to see them enjoying this double duelist composition, I really do like it. We got to see a bit of cohesion come through from Melia and Marceline down in that first round, you know, just allowing Melia to focus solely on one angle and get a free 2 pick. So for me, 100 Thieves, they're playing to this composition very well and kind of countering Kiri Magenta in the usual playstyle we do get to see, quite typical.
Yeah, there's a part of me that wonders, typically in meta changes across multiple types of games, aggressive strategies win out when a new change happens, when people aren't used to a new change. Melia gonna start off things very quickly, just watching these long angles with that operator and gonna be able to take out a player from Kiri Magenta immediately. And Marceline also just holding back, watching these angles, and 100 Thieves doing a great job of clinically letting the aggressive Kiri Magenta come to them. Playing this defensive strategy with great precision as Kurosu's able to find one, but Marceline just continuously moving, finding these angles, fighting low on HP, finding them one after the other. Marceline and Melia show as the two of them manage to rack up all the kills in that third round.
I'm sorry, but an op on round 3 is just some wild work. That's crazy. And I mean, it's a good solidifier in my opinion, because we did see like a couple mid pushes happening where Kiri Magenta was trying to take up space. So the fact that we did get to see Melia kind of preemptively thinking about that was pretty drastic for this round. I think it was honestly like a key pivotal moment. 6-1, Becky. Like, all right. I don't know. I just feel like this team is really, really feeling it today.
Standing ahead.
Now that we've talked about that a little bit with Sierra at the start, it does make me wonder if this is just trying things out, because again, this is just for seeding. I'm maybe like a little bit poisoned by the like 18-round tournament Magic the Gathering structure where you play for seeding like so aggressively. But speaking of aggression, I mean, Kiri Magenta have said well.
The
Rip Bunny Bee, but not rip
100
Thieves.
I listen. It happens a lot within VCT. I think this is the first time I've seen like anyone from GC willingly just end it. But I don't give them one. You know what I'm saying? Get the point, but don't give them the economy. So I respect it.
I was gonna say, and that's like such an interesting part of Abyss that doesn't play into a lot of other maps where you have that ability like to not also like give away a gun in a lot of respects as well. I mean, that's not as pertinent in this situation right now with 100 Thieves at 4-0, but in a lot of other situations that are maybe a little bit closer of matches as well, something you can certainly take into consideration. And it looks like Kiri Magenta, maybe this round, gonna try and play a little bit more slowly, and so far works out as Terror is the first one to draw blood there.
And they've smoked up to give themselves some clearance there over towards B, but 100 Thieves have really just taken some space over towards mid. There's not really too much adaptation for Kiri Magenta to make. It honestly does seem like they're at a bit of a loss. They've lost so much space. They're having to use util very, very early now to even secure these entry points.
Yeah, and it did seem like, at least this round as well, trying to wait out some of the initial 100 Thieves pieces of utility as well. But it is going to just be kind of a little bit of attrition between the two teams to see who is going to expend the most resources to get onto one of these sites. But with a lot of time just simply waited. The rotations came through pretty early from 100 Thieves after that pick out towards mid. And it looks like Kiri Magenta have found this A site open, and they almost are acting like it's too good to be true, but Bunny Bee on the prowl with that operator is going to be able to find the one player lurking out towards mid there. Ooh, an ultimate going to come through there from the Vise. Chicken Duck a little stuck on just the classic there, so going to throw out some utility to try and buy some time to eat through that.
Enemy remaining.
Melia getting a pick with those knives. Got Squishy coming through with that headshot too, and a nice bit of back and forth between those. And we're just all falling off the map. We're just all having a good time remembering that we can do that. But Kiri Magenta finding themselves this first round after a slower paced one.
Yeah, and I liked it. I was a bit worried because it did seem like we did have Coco Melon's flash still readily available towards A, but it seems like it worked out for the best. You know, pushing out towards the extremities this time around for Kiri Magenta and just playing to what they know, right? The aggression. And it is a bit of a change, you know, seeing Kurosu and Bunny Bee switch over, but Bunny Bee's just playing the same way they always do, right? Op, down, and spawn, and just somehow surprisingly getting more than one. So it is quite crazy to see. Although all in all, it works out. And now just, again, playing to the same strengths and skills they know, aggressively moving in towards where Slandy is, now potentially having to fight this 1v1.
Now this is going to be interesting because of the
Scanning ahead.
difficulty
There they are.
that it was for Kiri Magenta to take that last round. Bunny Bee sitting with a Bucky in these crawl spaces here and is going to get that headshot. One pump onto Slandy. An unfortunate place for Slandy to be in, a reason that you pick up something like that Jet. Nice little fake out with that Yoru clone, can allow for Marceline to ensure that Bunny Bee gets taken down. The back and forth's coming through, but it is going to be the ultimate from that close to try and equalize this here. But Melia just continuing to be a menace with this operator. Picks up 3 in the round, and Terror is not going to be able to stay a terror for very long. The defuse and the comeback coming in from 100 Thieves to get a 5th round.
And we had so many smokes to play with. There was nothing Kiri Magenta was really pushing forward in this round to kind of hold off on these extremities. It was just a full-blown fight to the death, which was unfortunate. I know that they were pushing maybe a little bit more to try to utilize just the resurrection there. As you can see, Chicken Duck did manage to pull that one through, but it didn't work out the way that was planned. And it was more of like, okay, group execution where we can get more than one versus, you know, there was so much util to utilize there. So I think maybe just falling apart just a bit and allowing 100 Thieves to just take over with what they know best. So yeah, I mean, I'm hoping this time we do get to see something different. Economy is slowly falling apart. So every single round counts from here on out.
Melia kind of playing that same angle. A little bit of conditioning to come through there, but does make for a quick rotation this time around. No picks so far, but it is 2 big pieces of ultimate utility coming through from the Jet and the Chamber for Kiri Magenta into this round. A little bit of a teleport expiration as well. It's Kiri Magenta. Slow push towards B this time. It worked so well for them on A 2 rounds before, so Kurosu is going to go ahead and pop the Dimensional Drift. Try to get a little bit of information about this B site before the team pops through. Does go back instead of getting a little up close and personal with that Vise, who is actually M. Luo under the name of Coco Melon there.
And they push for full-blown rotation. Such a beautiful ultimate. TP over towards A is able to meet everybody in a matter of seconds. And now 100 Thieves trying to find a way to respond, but I mean, luckily enough, they don't have too many smokes coming through from Chicken Duck, and the clear take it a bit too long.
Yeah, I was just about to say this. I can appreciate being clinical, but there is... I do feel like Kiri Magenta is almost a little bit too scared to be going back to as aggressive as they were. Slandy going to be the first to fall there, picking out right into the crosshairs of Kurosu. Flash comes through and a nice little turn and burn from Kurosu. And Terror with a nice little swap between that Tour de Force and that offhand weapon. Very nicely done from Kiri Magenta. A good hold and maybe a place where 100 Thieves shouldn't have all tried to funnel in from that same angle.
Yeah, and there was like a split second there. I think the smoke we did get to see from Melia was great moving in towards B site, but then there was like a moment where they didn't necessarily go in and the smoke was running out. So it kind of just allowed that sandwich to fully submerge itself, and then now 100 Thieves is going down. So as far as like the op goes, I'm not feeling too much pressure from Melia, and I'm really hoping, you know, I know we're seeing a lot of mid fights happen pretty occasionally, but I think Kiri Magenta have found a way with this smoke to slowly just scatter.
And it is going to be, as you mentioned, Melia with that op still peeking out towards mid. A lot of players just kind of posturing up in that area. It's I love when you can like see 2 players with an op and they're both just peeking at the same angle or like close to the same angle, and you're just like, yes, we're almost at that moment, we're almost at that moment. And in the end, it's going to be Bunny Bee coming out on top of that quick little op battle. A nice angle replacement to be able to play around that Astra smoke as well if that Astra did decide to peek out, but it looks like we are going to see Lydia playing that very safe. Well, Marceline able to pick one up from that player over towards B site, while the spike itself is over towards A, but there's still quite a bit of defense from the side of 100 Thieves, namely Slandy, very ready for that peek out from the smoke, and Mluo as well, watching this other angle.
And they've lost their controller, so now they're just gonna have to go in on this, and I mean, just ending it off. Okay, and Luo is not playing around and is able to just clear this out. So even though there is like a slight back and forth that we're seeing come through from Kiri, Magenta, and 100 Thieves, they are still holding on to this lead, to the 6-2. So if they can surpass the 6, obviously starting off in the second half with a lead and an advantage would be more than delightful for this team. So kind of just moving forward, how are they going to be able to keep this hold? And I think taking out the controller player so early on was so pivotal to this round. And I mean, just kind of moving forward with that same thing. We do have a couple ultimates on the board for 100 Thieves, so it is a possibility.
Ooh, and what a switch up that we're seeing here. Melia going real close. The recon bolt does come through, but the shorty quick switch from Melia. What an absolutely beautiful play. And Marceline there to also play defense from that window. What a switch up and a beautiful initiation from 100 Thieves to start this round off. A flash to come through as well, and Marceline just continuing to be in the right place, right time. All of these angles, a flawless round, and I mean, flawless is such a perfect word to describe how that just went for 100 Thieves.
And listen, a play like that is uncommon. It does not happen every day. So to kind of see, I don't know, Melia really just took that round and was like, yeah, okay, Gompers, you know what, you're right. Just one more round and we'll do it. So, and they did. So they do have a lot of potential to start off the next round. Actually, they are starting off the next round with the lead already off the bat. So all they have to do is just continue to fight for more. And already a 7-2 with a 13-5 on your Jet is really pivotal. You can see the confidence starting to rise off Melia and just the comfort there. Unfortunately, they did waste their draft, so that's not going to come back anytime soon.
Yeah, certainly not, but at least that first pick is going to help kind of stem that bleeding, make you feel a little bit better about everything, and a nice Hunter's Fury is also going to pick up a player of Kiri Magenta, starting to make me feel, you said that there's a lot of confidence coming through for 100 Thieves, and Kiri Magenta perhaps starting to feel like, well, maybe this just isn't our half, we're going to see if we can get what we can, and Kurosu... You know, sometimes the spray says everything that I could possibly even attempt to say. Terror also going to try and watch and see if we can get some similar shots out through mid here, and just a lot of trying to get some feelers out across the board and see where the 3 remaining Kiri Magenta players can try and hit.
They have to know they're coming around here because there's so much information. Yeah, just coming out towards B. 40 seconds left, and I mean, the silence is deafening. They're moving out of B here for 100 Thieves just to give early intel. Hey, they're gonna push. And now they will. Of course, Melia now watching, but beautiful flash.
30 seconds left. And a nice little bit of cloud burst back up. But it's gonna be Kelsey, who's able to pick up 2 with a nice little swap. Or not a swap, that was actually forced out by that Vi's ultimate. Can't go to that Vandal. I guess I'll just plant the bomb. That's totally fine here. Hunter's Fury is at the ready in this 2v2 situation with that bomb planted. So as far as rounds could go, where Kiri Magenta certainly have a chance, this is going to be one of those places. Last 2 players for 100 Thieves setting up those smokes, trying to throw out those last pieces of utility and see if they can gather information as the little owl drone is going to be able to find where Lydia is. Fury does get popped, does try to go for that pick onto Lydia, but that spike is ticking fast. Shock darts to come through, and that is going to be enough as Cal Sushi racking up that 3K and a 3rd round for Kiri Magenta.
Yeah, and utility usage was something I felt like we were lacking a bit, to be honest, from Kiri Magenta. But this time they used it perfectly, especially like in a very, very stressful moment like that, where you had to keep the spike and play that post-plant 2v2. So I like the fact that we did get to see Hunter's Fury be used as a sort of distraction to allow that wide swing to come through, and I thought that was absolutely brilliant to kind of just pressure into that 1v1. Overall, a really, really good takeaway from Kiri Magenta. They know they need these rounds. I mean, they're stuck in a very unfortunate position of a 7-3, and economy is just diminishing after every single round.
I mean, it does seem like I love that you mentioned utility. I love that you also got to point out something where I feel like a lot of players would hold on to that Hunter Sphere or think that they need to hold on to it, but it was used kind of early, but knowing that the shock darts were there as well, just being able to play around that. I think that we're also starting to, at least what we've seen early in this round as well, Kiri Magenta are also trying to get a better sense for how 100 Thieves are using a lot of their utility early in the rounds. 100 Thieves also have a lot of pieces of utility as far as ultimates are concerned in their pocket for this round, and the Dimensional Drift popped very early for Kurosu, who almost catches a little bit of heat there, but thankfully does manage to teleport out, and it looks like Kiri Magenta going to decide to go towards that B site, but 100 Thieves very praised and wary of this rotation that's going to come through, and Lydia going to catch Bunny on that rotation as a result. Chicken Duck with a nice little trade back, manages to get two. Emluo goes down, Melia as well. The ultimate to come through off of those 3 kills, and Autumn almost able to secure more than 3, but does fall. Fight that ultimate. A nice clone to come through there, but still come out. Yoru on top. Kalsushi though, clutched last round, gonna clutch this one as well, and try and clock Kiri Magenta to a 7-5 half.
In the half.
And that was way too close. I initially off the start, right? Like we saw the fake come through, which is something they do pretty often. So I'm surprised that 100 Thieves didn't catch on early enough. I mean, you did get to see, it was just, there was some unsurety coming through from Melia. You know, oh, is this actually a push coming through? Should I rotate? So they were staggering a bit between B and A. But it was not a correct push. It was not a real one, and they faked it through, and I think that was great off Kiri. Chicken Duck playing for so many picks to start, and actually allowing you know, this team to have some ult potential, right? Chamber's almost pretty much readily available for their ult, but Lydia just sitting here and might be able to respond.
Ooh, this is such, I mean, I'll say rat. This is a little rat, but like rat in a good way. The plant is gonna come through.
Spike planted.
Autumn gonna be able to catch Melia once again on that rotation. Melia really starting to just get caught amidst these rotations. A second pickup for Autumn. Okay, Chicken Duck there. Some peeks around these corners. Bunny Bee on the prowl. We mentioned that confidence was starting to be a thing for 100 Thieves, and Kiri Magenta just went, wait a minute, maybe we can just do that too. And they're just coming around these corners and aim battling all of a sudden for the dubs.
Switching sides.
Yeah, really bringing it back up. And you could just tell. They were like, you know what? We are playing the same comp we always do. The only difference, I guess, being the fact that we do get to see a Jet come through and a Ryze instead of like the ISO composition that we're used to seeing. But overall, Jet is such a pivotal player, right? You have smokes to play for the team. It is pretty much the same thing versus you don't, obviously you can't take certain 1v1s to yourself. But I think overall, Bunny Bee and Kurosu have been doing the best with what they were given. And just playing alongside everyone else. Chicken Duck with a Resurrection actually counts for another duelist. We do occasionally see them pushing through very, very aggressively. So I think kind of just midway through understanding we're playing a little scared here. There is absolutely no reason to. Was perfect, but kind of freshening up now towards the second half, switching sides. We will get to see what, you know, Kiri Magenta and 100 Thieves are capable of.
I mean, Terror trying to hold down a lot of pieces of utility immediately being used by 100 Thieves going into the start of this round. Reloaded. That shorty tried to hold and see if anyone was going to come around that corner. Nobody does. Takes the quick teleport out to try and play with the rest of the team. Here. Plant goes through, and the pop right into the smoke. Unfortunately, it's also pop right into Terror's crosshair. Kalsushi and Kurosu to be able to just find themselves onto that kill board, and a flawless pistol round. Going to be a nice start and potentially an equalizer here for Kiri Magenta to start things off on their defensive side.
Oh, and ironic too, because they did the exact same thing that Kiri Magenta did to them. Actually, sorry, 100 Thieves did to them on their defensive round. They just really singled out one angle, kind of forced the players into said angle, and then just took it home from there. So, yeah, just doing a very, very big, okay, let's do this back on you sort of thing. So, works out for the best, and now they do have economy, but it's interesting. Melia forcing just a bit.
Ooh, I mean, based on what we were kind of seeing at around this point in the first half of this map, I'm wondering if they're kind of trying to find a high off of Melia getting early picks like they did before. But Bunny Bee also gonna kind of try and do the same thing, just with a different weapon, and pops in quickly with that Bucky. But there it is. Melia is gonna be able to find that pick onto Kurosu, and now it's just gonna be a little bit of posturing around these angles. Honestly, that looked like it was a almost perfect first shot, but not quite going the way I'm sure Bunny Bee would have liked. Another little trade of back and forth. The attackers still have to get on site and get the bomb down. Autumn is going to be able to find one, but then Slandy with the classic finds 2 headshots, and all of a sudden just Terror and this Outlaw are left. Well, okay, make it a 1v1. Picks up that shot onto Lydia, swaps to the classic, going for these jumps. The pop comes down from Slandy, and unfortunately, it's hard to take those classic 1v2s and come out on top without having your HP a little bit low, and Terror gonna be happy to get this defuse through. And again, that equalize of 7-7 for Kiri Magenta, but their economy might be in a little bit of a rough spot after that one.
And the whiffs almost let Kiri Magenta down, I will be honest.
Yeah.
there was a couple questionable ones, especially here from Bunny Bee. I honestly saw the vision though. I think Bunny Bee had a lot of confidence going into just pushing out towards the extremities overall, especially here when Slandy did make noise, knocking down off of Bucks. It was quite unfortunate because I do think 100 Thieves could have run away with that. But overall, I mean, just using their sound cues and playing to the best of their ability. Kiri Magenta coming back into it though. I mean, already Util tried to sway away this drill.
I mean, fan of how they're starting to be really aggressive outwards. This is great on today, and the nice big dash up from Melia said, you know what? Maybe I can be a Bucky fan too. Able to find one to start things off, and is going to try and posture and gather speed as much as possible. Inside there, Lydia's going to follow up, finds 3. Was that just like a stray headshot onto Terror at the end there through the smoke? Holy moly.
And Melia needed that backup too. They were...
Yeah!
Melia was sitting inside of there with a shotgun, events with a shotgun, and was like, all right, what do I do now? But I think that was a good response, because missing out on Melia meant one player pretty much just doing nothing.
Oh my God.
So I think it was good Lydia took advantage of the situation, but that's just gorgeous. Like how, the fact that you're just able to pull through with that just based off pure terror is insane.
I did call it a stray. There was like guided movement from memory of before that smoke was put there. It's still impressive nonetheless from Lydia there. Beautifully done, beautiful backup. Love a little moment of teamwork between those two players as well. Kurosou's gonna say, get me out of here. Actually, there's a lot of people here, and I'm gonna go and join the rest of my team over towards this A site and be prepared for this push. A lot of pieces of utility immediately getting thrown out. That flash to come through to try and buy a little bit of time. The high, low here. Kurosou's gonna be able to find one classic. But Melia, Slandy, and Lydia all saying, you know what? If you're gonna play as 4, we're also gonna play all together. Get pushed right onto site. And now it is just left up to Terror, who I'll be interested to see. Okay, does keep moving forward, but unfortunately that forward is right into Melia. And 100 Thieves found themselves 2 after that equalizer that Kiri Magenta clawed their way to.
Oh, but that was brilliant. Lydia put a smoke up towards heaven, and then you got to see Mluo just press for their molly. And the moment that they heard that drop, it had been erupted and they couldn't necessarily do anything about it. So then group swung, and there you go. Damage already being made, and nothing that anyone on Kiri Magenta could do. Again, group play down on the entry is really just working out, but 2 ultimates now for 100 Thieves just based off that. I mean, just the quality of gameplay we got to see down in that last round.
Ooh, and speaking of ultimates being ready, that Hunter's Fury does get popped. I think we only use about one of those charges, though. We're just trying to go into the gun battle with the rest of the team. I mean, that's kind of a level of trigger discipline that you're not used to seeing. And once again, Terror is the only player remaining. That Chamber who hangs out over towards B site is not able to rotate fast enough for how fast 100 Thieves are hitting this A site.
Teleport's ready.
Oh, okay. Trying to just gather as much information as possible. Some of these Astra stars being placed, trying to see if people are separated, if we can take some of these shots. Alright, I guess at least getting one before going down. I mean, the judge doesn't have that long a range. I love that we were trying for it before going for that swap. Certainly a moment where I'm like, all right, that was fun to watch.
That was good though. Again, it's just not. It is unfortunate, I will say, for Kiri Magenta. Right, they're kind of knocked back into this economic despair. As for 100 Thieves, though, right, we did talk a bit about the fact that this team had lost previously to Kiri Magenta in a 2-0 sweep. So the fact that they're able to bring it to this 10-7 is huge, right? It really is just about keeping that momentum, and I think they're playing really well with each other's util. So, I mean, just continuing this push forward with the drone being that first step into that initiation, and now a response comes through from Kiri Magenta.
The last time they did play, the games were pretty close. I think they were 13-10 and a 13-9 though, so it's still an interesting place for them to be, and feels like we're within that same realm. We're way off to the side there. Bunny, we eventually get sniped by Melia, and speaking of getting sniped by Melia, that globe is going to go down, come back, and go right back down again, and it's 1v1. This time, Terror not going to be as upset for it to be a 1v1. Going to see if we can get any of those audio cues off of Slandy, booking it with a bomb over towards B site. A lot of audio information going to go over with that door crack, and we're just kind of playing a little ring around the rosy here.
Slandy's so smart for waiting for those cues. That Slandy has to be like top IQ player, because I don't know what I would have done. I think I would have taken the 1v1 in that moment to close it off, but Slandy was like, okay, I'm smarter here. Let's play with my util, swing it out, Terror, wasting all the bullets, but still somehow running away with it.
My blood pressure just went so high. You were like, I would have taken the 1v1, and then I was like, oh, okay, so like, by this logic, maybe Slandy doesn't want to take the 1v1, and then Slandy, as I'm thinking that, immediately goes to try and take the 1v1 at a different time, because I was like, oh, Slandy has both shock darts, so maybe this is just like a moment where we're gonna like plant the bomb, try and play for shock darts, and then went for the fight. Maybe wasn't expecting Terror to be quite that close, but the way my pulse went do-do-do-do-do.
I mean, at 1v1 scenario, not the best. I do think Slandy, just based off the fact that they had waited for that sound cue to kind of move forward, it was quite weird that we did get to see a wide swing come through from Slandy. I felt like maybe just playing the 1v1 a bit more carefully would have been the best bet, but Terror waiting with Yoden, trying to get some but Melia there to respond. Already the first pick coming down.
Way very nicely done to do that little dimensional drift and be like, hey, I'm gonna give away that you're back here, and saying, okay, I guess I'll pop up onto this, and then Melia being like, haha, sucker, I'm here with an op. I see your Odin and I race you. An operator. Astra Wall is up and ready, is gonna fall just as this push and spike goes down, forcing a lot of turns from Kiri Magenta players onto the site, and is bringing a lot of them down. Kalsush gonna take down one before Melia picks up this 4K, is gonna go ahead and to jump off, but take a nice little like parachuted fall down and not actually have to lose that operator. Is gonna sit very nicely with 100 Thieves at 11-8 here.
Yeah, and I just know Melia was sweating knowing that it was taking a little too long for the round to end, so that's okay though. 27-12.
Yeah.
You know, just playing with the operator is absolutely crazy.
And I'm so interested to see first blood count at the end of this game from Melia too, because it does feel like it's been Melia a lot of the time, and it has been like a big catalyst for confidence for
Hunter's Fury now pushed out too. Everybody on the B site's trying their best, but I mean, there really is not much you can do. Marcelo coming down from behind and is able to take another. But there it goes. I mean, Kiri Magenta not having too much of a player advantage here.
No, absolutely not, especially with sheriffs on most of their players. We've been mentioning that their economy looking really rough round to round, and that just doesn't get any better as 100 Thieves able to string so many one into the other. Kurosu, as mentioned, sheriff in hand, only player remaining. That spike is down. We're going to have to be doing some rat actions that unfortunately are very difficult to do when you peek around to all 4 members of 100 Thieves. And match point does ring out through that announcer. Kiri Magenta, 4 that they have to pick up, but they can buy into this round. How are we feeling? What more has to happen other than their buys and economy don't stay in shambles for them to pick up into this?
Yeah, and this may just be the last round, honestly, for Kiri Magenta to just kind of keep that same symbol of victory from the last time they played against 100 Thieves, but it seems like things have changed. They've figured out the way Kiri Magenta like to play, and are countering that. Mally is just, I mean, honestly, a very pivotal player in this moment.
Enemy kill.
Oh, all right. I mean, a nice jump through from Bunny B. I'm sorry, I had to pause and just simply bear witness to what was just happening there. Bunny B, quick pickup of 2 and does go ahead and swipe that operator as well. The split from 100 Thieves does mean that this bomb gets planted over towards the A site. The rotation is going to have to come through from all Kiri Magenta players, but Kurosu says, I'm not going to wait for the team. That's exactly what you would expect me to do. And so I'm going to just go see if I can wreak havoc right now. Unfortunately, though, Marceline with a nice little turn and burn there onto 2 players, takes down Kurosu and Autumn there. Bunny B with this operator is going to hope to help out and stop this, but the perfectly timed jump up onto those containers. And a beautiful headshot to come through from Marceline. Pulls out of the dimensional drift. Bunny B forced to just kind of play into what Marceline is bringing. The teleport comes through, the shorty and the 4K for the clutch win on Marceline's 100 Thieves side. Wow. What a way to end that up.
That is not okay. That is not okay. Dude, and honestly, such a good way to end it off, right? The ultimate coming in last second off that headshot, and then now you're just able to play with a full stack of util. So all in all, that was a great game to start off with. I'm so very satisfied, and a big congrats to 100 Thieves. They ran away with a win after coming through from a loss in Game Changers.
Absolutely. I mean, we're starting to see what a month of kind of either rest or studying is going to get you, what being able to play with the same players for that month of time is going to get you, and also maybe some map changes and some agent changes. We were seeing some different pickups as far as those teams are concerned, and I think that's kind of going to be the theme of the day and the thing that I'm excited to see most, and we will be seeing more of it when we come back from this quick break.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Welcome back, everyone, to NRG Neon Dream, our first match of the day, the best of one between Kiri, Magenta, and 100 Thieves. One where, Gompers, we've seen these two teams play in the past, but we're going to flip the script for today, and it's going to be 100 Thieves to take them down and be up. Of course, we're still in the seeding phase, you know, but still a very strong victory to be starting off our day.
And it has to feel good too. Again, like coming out of losing against a team that 2-0'd you, and now just kind of starting off with a win down in the grouping stage is just absolutely amazing, and it has to feel great. Obviously, they do have more games to come, but this is just going to lead them into the right direction, right? What maps they want to play, what maps they potentially are feeling good on, and the agents they're feeling good on, as well as, you know, a victory is always a victory. So big congrats to them. I think they played amazing today.
Something that we talked about before too, Becky, is we were talking about all the changes that we're seeing right now in Valorant, right? And are we going to see one of the teams switch things up? And we get to see 100 Thieves switch things up a little bit, going for that double duelist. Not just that, but it's going to be Melia on the Jet. And oh my goodness, what a decision this was, because phenomenal. It seemed like she and 100 Thieves were just unstoppable, even just with that change itself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Melia did walk away from this game with 27 kills total, 9 of those being First Bloods, and I think that tells you kind of what you need to know from this match. I will say Marceline also, like, as you're getting to see from that last clip in the replay there, did a lot of clutching, and I think just really came to shine on the Yoru. I mean, it's one of those things where we're so used to seeing kind of Bunny B and actually Kiri Magenta pick up something like the Yoru, so having to kind of watch Marceline just really do extremely well with the utility despite some of the Yoru changes in this match was... It was a good match to start off on the day. Very nicely done from 100 Thieves. They had multiple rounds where I was just like, wow, that was extremely clinical, extremely well done. They controlled the pace of the game extremely well, which I think was something that they struggled with on those previous matches against Kiri Magenta. So it's really cool to see that growth, even in just the first match of our day.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Marceline's just 4K to be ending off the series, and 100 Thieves that looks just so strong and cohesive when they were on their own attack half. It was just really, really great stuff. You need a confidence booster going on for today. 100 Thieves have definitely hit it, but of course, we're still in our group stage. We're still in all of our best of one, and we still have more matches to get through. Next up, it's going to be Wada going up against Ghost Gaming after a short break, so stay tuned, everyone. Hello everyone and welcome back to NRG Neon Dream. First best of one on the day is done and it's going to be 100 Thieves victory. Now we have our next best of one happening. It's going to be Wada going up against Ghost Gaming. But before we get into that, we hope that you're enjoying everything. There's not only top tier Valorant, but giveaways as well. You can check out the pinned tweet in the Twitch channel, find out more information. Got some headsets, everyone. I know I can use a new one over here. But let's talk about this next match, because Gompers, you have been all about the storytelling today, looking back at these teams and the history between them. And when we're looking between these two teams, Wada and Ghost Gaming, they have definitely had their fair share of face-offs during the year.
Dude, 3 face-offs, of which Wada has won every single one, from a 2-0, a 3-0 in a best of 5, and a 2-0 again. This is the rematch of all rematches. If we thought last game was exciting, this one is a storyline to tell. And honestly, Ghost Gaming, they've been fighting for this moment, and it's super exciting to see it happen just in the grouping stage. So are the, is the punishment going to be as big? Not yet, but it is going to give them a good fair share into, how Wada's planning to play today and how Ghost Gaming is going to play today.
And on the side of Ghost Gaming, I mean, this is a team that has been grinding their way through Game Changers with some really, really talented players. And Wada as well has been the team of Game Changers, just besides SRG, that has really been at the top of their game. It's a team too, Becky, when you're looking at the changes heading into all of this, Wada just got back from Brazil. That is a long flight. So I anticipate more than anything that this is going to be a team, as we head into our map picks and bans, that is going to try and stick to something that's a little bit more comforting, which could give Ghost Gaming an edge up if they do want to try and go to something new.
I was going to say, or try and play into something that is kind of countering something that Wada really likes to lean on. They are a team that really does lean on something like the chamber, and that is something that you can kind of play into picking up something like a KO. That is something that Ghost Gaming previously did when playing in against Wada in previous months. So that is something that maybe they pull out, but again, this is once again kind of early into it. So we'll see if that is going to be the case, or if they also are sticking to some of those comfort picks. Again, lots of changes happened for a lot of these agents, but again, I think you're exactly right to mention that Wada is likely to stick to some of those things that they simply feel comfortable on, and they do kind of constantly have this very strong double sentinel comp. But when you have somebody who is so good on the chamber on your team, it kind of makes sense that you're leaning into somebody like that to kind of be first blood getter time and time again. And Split is going to be an interesting map to try and seek that out on.
Well, I love a good split map. I feel like it could always just be so chaos. It can get so fast paced. But Gomps, I want to know then your take on this, because again, with best of one, you either show up on this map or you might be on the lower seeded part of things.
Yes, and also, I mean, both of these teams are coming from a victory, but at the same time, like you said, to be knocked down in a position that isn't quite favorable is going to be something that obviously no one wants to be in a position of. But I will say, I mean, Wada, they made grand finals in LCQ, so this is also one of the strongest teams that we have thus far within Neon Dream. So to beat a team like this is going to say so much about your performance moving forward.
I think what I'm excited for looking at this map, you're talking about these teams already taking win in their prior best of one match, and we got to see Ghost Gaming take on Blue Otter, and it was actually on Split. So talk about not necessarily knowing what teams are going for, but Becky, we do have that little bit of information on Ghost Gaming going for the double duelist with the Waylay and this Yoru, which is really exciting, and Chamber too, so wow, it's a little Chamber v Chamber match off.
I will be interested to see. I mean, if you're facing up against Wada's chamber, you're trying to go for that's like trying to fight God a little bit. So I'll be interested to see how that's gonna go. I imagine they will stick to that same composition that they did use against Blue Otter. If you change it up, I mean, more power to you, but I would raise my eyebrow a little bit. And I am also just super interested to see, I guess, what this will mean for what Wada brings to the table, too. I do think there's something telling about what maps these teams end up with in best of 1 matches, especially when we do move into those best of 3s, and kind of already starting to look forward to end of day today, start of tomorrow, and what that's going to mean. And I think teams should also be paying attention to this. And I think there's a little bit of a kind of following that story, following kind of what you were talking about earlier, Sierra, of if people are going to kind of play something and maybe take these seeding matches a little less seriously to not give away strategies, or if they are just trying to play super hardcore from the get-go.
I mean, I'm getting word that we actually got some results from Wada in their first match as well, which was coincidentally also on Split, and a 13-4 up against FlagQuest Red.
Oh, wow.
So this is something that on the day is really familiar for both these teams. Yeah, so this is going to be a great face-off, one that we are ready for. So we're about to head into the Agent Select. I'll leave you two to it. Let's enjoy some good Valorant.
Whew, I mean, all right. I saw you adjust your glasses. What are you thinking to hear that?
I had to adjust my glasses because I didn't know if I heard correctly. You know what I'm saying? So I was definitely 13-4 on Split, and then now we're hitting Split again. Is not very good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to be completely honest. To see a scoreline like that does get me a bit worried. They're very warmed up. They know their weaknesses, and now they're just gonna try it again here, coming through from Ghost Gaming. So for me, to see like the composition that we're seeing of the Waylay, we did get to see that from Ghost before, just honing in on the stuff that they knew previously, as to where Wada is most likely playing the comp that had won them that 13-4, and that they were playing within LCQ. They were playing within Game Changer. So it is one of those things where actually I don't believe they play too much of Split actually going through for LCQ. So overall, just a very strong team to beat. I think Ghost Gaming have to keep their head held high and really just not lose any of that confidence moving forward. This first round is going to be a very big heisei as to how the whole entire game is going to go.
I was going to say, there is a lot to be said if you're going up against a team like Wada, we were saying, is probably like a favorite in this tournament, and somebody who has done very well in the GC scene recently. So definitely a team and a lot of players to be watching both today and tomorrow. And I love that Ghost, for a moment, was hovering something like the KO, but decided to just go in and lock that same team comp as previously for the map of Split, going into these teams' second match of the day. But yeah, I would be a little bit worried if I was Ghost Gaming, if I was looking at what Wada just posted as their results. But again, you gotta kind of keep your head held high. You gotta hold on to the confidence that you have, and also when you're going up against a team like this, you gotta just kind of maybe take it as a learning experience. Try and see, okay, what can we learn from this team? What can we apply to our own gameplay? And maybe what are we going to bring to try and best them? Where can we see if we can use our skills to the best of our ability to kind of get a little bit of a leg up on a map like this?
With Australis playing on the Deadlock, I will say, in regards to what we can see from the Waylay, does that worry me? Not too much. Actually, yeah, a lot, because obviously isolating the Waylay, I will say, having that wall does stop a lot. Waylay can't necessarily use their neutral to kind of get out of the wall by themselves, because they need the group there to kind of play for that execution. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to start. Obviously, first round kind of commencing. They are using Viper util to give themselves some leeway and some space to migrate over towards Heaven.
Oh, this is quite the interesting start and quite the interesting wraparound coming from Wada players as well. A lot of movement to try and regroup with a lot of the team, try and get into a position that allows them to play into a lot of these angles, as Ghost Gaming are kind of just staying all as 5 and completely passing by A and going through enemy spawn to go towards this B site, clearing Heaven, clearing everything on the way, and Wada are simply just kind of checking every spot and waiting for this wraparound to come through. this is an interesting start to this map for certain here, as that spike is planted. And Heavenbound, I'm gonna say, Power Pixel, I simply won't allow you to hide there, doing a good job of trying to clear out a lot of these angles. It does take down 2 before falling to Starbound. Madison gonna try and hold things down in Heaven, but unfortunately, Arya and Astralis are going to kind of shut that down across the board here. Cat's gonna try and fight for a little bit of space. Heaven, Miara peeking out through CT there, grabs 1 and low HP on both of these people. That grenade did come back, but Arya, little too strong, ghost in hand, peeks through. That spike is ticking fast, but it should be good for Wada to lock in this pistol round. I was doing some chatting with people before, and I did get told that Wada famously don't win pistol rounds.
Which, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like, well, it was, I will say, it was fairly close. And there were a lot of 1v1s being taken. So I can see how the possibility could be there. No trash talk on them, because this is, again, like, such a good team. I will say pistol rounds definitely aren't their main attraction.
I was gonna say, I did call them a favorite before we got into this map as well, so if I'm saying they famously don't win pistol round, but also calling them a favorite, I think that that says more about their capabilities holistically in the game than anything.
No, they're incredibly, incredibly well-rounded. Especially now. I mean, even though they have won that pistol round, still playing together as a team and just waiting for the information to come through, but the Boombot didn't see anything.
I mean, impressive from Ghost Gaming, but still choosing not to move from their position. And I mean, I guess it makes sense that you wouldn't want to move from your position when you have something like a judge and you just get to bring down the long arm of the law if you're Arya from the top ropes there. And now the spike is down. Madison, the only player remaining from Ghost Gaming, and you know that, well, okay, you can only assume that the spike is being watched by somebody with a judge, and Juna's just gonna run at you with a Spectre. So flawless around for Wada to start things off here on Split.
Yeah, 2-0 storyline. I mean, pretty much continues, winning out the pistol round and now looking for something even bigger here in this 3rd round. But overall, actually, a player that I just saw that I do remember having a little bit of familiarity with is Madison. I did get to see them play in another tournament at some point throughout the last couple months, and they are incredibly impressive. It is odd because I did see them on the Duelist, and they are an insane Duelist player. So to see them on the Clove, I can see how that kind of works out, as Clove is somewhat of a Duelist in their own way. But it is interesting to kind of see that turnaround here.
I was gonna say, I do like, as we get further into Valorant's existence, the kind of crossover between some characters and how they spread between multiple different capabilities. And speaking of multiple different capabilities, sometimes you have a judge from the round before and you just continue to play those close angles and go crazy with it, picking up 2 kills. And Big Rocket already online for the Rays here on Wada's side. Boombot is gonna go down, see if it can get any information now that that wall from Deadlock has been cleared by the enemies. Juna slowly waiting to see if a collapse or maybe a drop down from one of these players is going to be the case. Shoots a little bit early. The backup from Miara does come through, and they're just sitting there waiting, staring at the ropes, trying to see, you first? No, you first. No, you first? Me first? Actually, maybe I'm going to go the other way.
Oh, and Juna positioning themselves to wait for the rotation. They have a pretty good sandwich in. I mean, information just arising. Arya has enough to really just walk away with this one as well. Yeah, so a lot to fight for, but not too much at the same time. I mean, you have Spike in hand, but it's a 4-player retake that's going to happen, and now they're rushing you. So what more do you do?
Yeah, I appreciate the moment of, well, I have to try and clear this angle if we're going to have a chance in it. But Arya just simply playing a little game of leapfrog, doing some little jumps with the judges, and is just going to be a terror. You see the amount of X's at that exact point on the map in the top left-hand corner, and it tells the whole story of that round.
Already 9-0. I do
Yeah.
really, I do really like the idea of the fact that we did get the shotgun out. I think it was very clever to play a close contact, and I can see why split is never banned for Wada. Honestly, it seems as though they want split to happen because it's so much easier and it's so much more flexible in those bonus rounds. So I'm liking this. They're playing very carefully and very respectfully towards Ghost.
Yeah, I think there's a level of respect that is also a level of playing to their own strengths. It's kind of a double-edged sword in that regard, but I do like being able to see them continue to play to their strengths because it does mean that they're not just kind of being frivolous with their gameplay, and I think there's something really kind of beautiful about that as well. Cats is going to try and push forward and get a little bit of extra information, but the two Sentinels hanging out towards A is going to make that really difficult to handle, and Avery caught with that Viper wall down and does fall to Starbound, that long range kind of menace that we were talking about before even coming into this game. And Arya just going to continue to kind of hold this same prepared despite that bird coming through, finds one alongside Juna, and we're just playing a nice little you play short range, I'll play long range. Okay, the little stun did just like pop right off of Clove there, but doesn't stop Juna from picking up 4 between that Vandal and that Sheriff second hand. 4-0 for Wada here to start things off. But we anticipated this a little bit, so where can Ghost kind of try and find maybe a little bit of slack, maybe start to pull apart what Wada does?
And something I love from Wada, and I'm really hoping Ghost Gaming do catch on. Wherever we do get to see Arya, there is also going to be Juna. I mean, here now they've kind of switched things up, but there's always backup for the duelist to get more than one. Hence why the aggression is always there, right? We're able to see a pop flash come through now, potentially down in sewer. If something happens here, I'm not quite sure.
Running. I mean, the amount of space that was immediate. I mean, you expect that. You hear, here comes the party, and you kind of go running. Sometimes you don't want to go to the party, and that's okay. You're calling last minute. I can't make it. I'm sorry. I cancel. Unfortunately, the rocket did just kind of funnel people right into Starbound, move them right over towards that B site. Everyone else has made those rotations, is ready for the push to come through from Ghost Gaming, and all of a sudden it is just 2 players remaining. And you know that around one of these corners is an operator, and that's just a rough place to be, so kind of smoking Ghost Gaming's own players off to try and get a little bit of space forward, to try and weigh out some of these pushes coming through from the flank here.
One enemy remaining.
A rough place to be if
down,
you are
B.
Ghost Gaming facing down this just airtight defense that Wada has, and flawless round is said as we've been talking about how good it is and praising what Wada has brought to the table.
Oh my gosh, yeah. The cohesionness of the way that they're playing is fantastic. Each of them is playing with a different set of util each and every time. It's never like they are just blindly swinging or doing anything irresponsible, right? You're seeing Australis play with their util, sometimes actually playing with Starbound's util, where Sleepy Arya plays with Juna's util, but when they're not playing with Juna's util, they're playing with Power Pixel. So it's so cohesive, and it works out so well to where there really never is a flaw.
Just as you mentioned, Cats is going to try and be a little bit more aggressive this time around. Does manage to take out Power Pixel. Arya drops right down, and very nicely done from Cats here, who's able to get 2 headshots. Sheriff in hand. Get peeking around to where these players have pushed up. Cats is going to be able to pick up through the lines to fight back and forth. Beautifully done for here, but Starbound is the last player remaining. The Waylite does decide to stay. Operator in hand. We can see it, but the pieces of util are going to drop. Ghost Gaming players trying to get this spike down now that this amount of has been applied, and Madison hanging out right place for that rotation to come through. And the round picked up for Ghost Gaming.
Great start. I mean, Waylay able to take up a lot of space up towards mid. But overall, yeah, I mean, a great fight down inside of vents, and then they were able to kind of highlight off that. But I do think Cats and the Gold played tremendously with every single article of util, hence why we are in this position where we did manage to get that one. So the one being put on the board, finally giving themselves some space to show, okay, we're not out of the game just yet. You know, we can still handle this. And an op actually coming through from Battison, which is interesting, right? Playing a hold on an attacking round is quite interesting, especially with like a double duelist comp.
Playing off this smoke a lot to start this round off, and Juna just still able to find one.
That's a kill.
Gonna kind of go and play paired up with the remaining Wada players too, and the picks just coming through so early from Wada here, allowing for them to really pull apart any aggression that could have even allowed Ghost Gaming to replicate what they had in the round before. This is interesting to see the Clove with the Operator, and I have to wonder if this was just trying to have somebody start to play against
I've got your
some of
trail.
these long angles.
One enemy
Out
remaining.
here, but the defensive side of Wada very ready for the positions being given away. That is that Sky that used those Seekers, and just waiting for the rest of the players to try and push onto the site and shutting it right
My
down.
stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
I mean, shut down every single round thus far, except for one where we did get to see, I mean, a load of util being expended forward, and not many kills on the board, kind of coming down from this round. So hoping we can see more aggressiveness, I will be honest, Becky. I mean, you have a Waylay and a Yoru as to where I don't feel like they're being used the way they should be. We have now an ultimate ready, 2 ultimates ready on the board. Avery and Heavenbound can really account for something here, which I'm hoping we do get to see that, right? And now we will be able to see the dimensional drift slowly make its way forward towards Heaven.
Yeah, I think this will be an interesting tell of how Ghost Gaming is going to use a big information gathering ultimate like this. Cats is able to find one. Unfortunately, that one does come back. And that Clove back on the field for Battison as well. But Power Pixel with 3 in that one. I mean, we wanted to see aggression, and unfortunately, the aggression that Ghost just showed in that round did not go in their favor.
Yeah, quick response to see what was going on Heaven when everyone else was B. So there was no information being led towards B. Heavenbound was giving away info about, you know, what may have been happening in Heaven as to where it wasn't quite important in that moment. There really was no reason as to why Ultimate should have been expended up there. So I do feel like maybe there just might be a slight disconnect in the gameplay here, but leaning forward, they're still playing as a group, and it seems like that aggression is pushing. So they are adapting and they're learning. I do like this smoke, though. It constantly gives them so much space to move up towards Heaven.
And this is going back to what we were kind of seeing even in the first round of this as well. A little bit of information going to come through since that Boombot did just get shot down, and you can see the rotation kind of collapsing a little bit to be able to hopefully play off of the defensive side if this push continues to go through. A little bit of a jump peak does prompt a shot out from Starbound, but that deadlock is there to help out the chamber should things start to get a little sticky, but unfortunately sticky for Heavenbound, who gets picked off by that long arm. A nice little swing and shot from Avery there, who is now the only player remaining for Ghost. Tries to get another one, but is not going to be able to even get that spike down for the attacking side as Wada continue to just hold on to this game at 8-1.
Yeah, and they have so much potential. I mean, even right there, you know, a lot to play with, but of course, there wasn't, you know, enough weaponry to kind of push yourself forward. So there wasn't like a hero rifle situation, although we have been holding on to Avery's ultimate for quite a bit. 3 rounds left, not yet have we seen the ult be pulled out. There hasn't necessarily been an opportunity, but even if it just be for space, I do feel like it would pressure for more, even down an A entry. But of course, deadlock is going to be such a huge detriment here.
Yeah, and certainly both the deadlock and the chamber really holding down this A site makes it really difficult to get onto it. And get onto the site and be able to pop something like that ultimate. Astralis not even going to allow us the chance to potentially see it in this round. That is going to be the first blood drop for this round. Starbound going to follow it closely up with yet another pick with this operator. And like, there's something to be said for every single round. Starbound maybe isn't getting first blood, but Starbound always has at least one moment on that kill feed of a pick with this operator. And if we can just see a round where Ghost Gaming doesn't have somebody like almost ritualistically fall to that, I think we could maybe, I hope at least we could see them come through with a little bit more fight here. But gonna also just hold down the fort over on this B site. Everyone else really just able to simply focus on that A site. Madison now able to move back towards the rest of the team. That smoke is gonna get a bird in it, and it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Madison quickly throwing down that smoke to be able to get this plant through, and now is gonna have to be extremely careful for the two remaining players, trying to play around both of these smokes, while Wada waiting for the moment to strike between both of them. An unfortunate moment to give away a little bit of an audio cue with that pickup there.
Gave in to the power that Wada was pushing forward with. So, I mean, and here's the thing too. Like, I mean, I love the smoke. I think Avery smoke is a great smoke to push up towards heaven, but it's like just executing and making sure that they can actually play off the space they've already taken over. And it's very quickly that Wada is able to take this sort of space back. Now we're kind of heading over to that 9-in-1 situation where if 2 rounds aren't taken, it will just be double digits for Wada and a potential, I mean, end of the round in the next 4 rounds. So very, very big momentum that Wada has kind of led off with, especially winning off the pistol round. And like you said, statistically not winning. So the fact that that happened is crazy. So now we're just able to see a full rush go onto the A site.
Okay, first shot from Starbound is missed. Bomb is going down, and that ultimate from Viper. So far, a lot of the things that you and I have wished to see from these players are coming to fruition. That little grenade did come through from Race to try and push as many players out of that Viper's pit as possible, and Arya is going to come blasting right in, right after he takes some shots into the Viper's pit and does manage to take out that Viper. Clove ultimate coming through as well, but it's going to be Heavenbound who gets the shot, and go ahead and see Madison fall, but Madison does manage to pick off Astralis. Shots through the screen, but unfortunately Starbound just able to sit on the bomb and hit the defuse. Silent but deadly.
Oh my gosh. See, even when
everything.
Dude, Juno wasn't even alive and we were still seeing smokes. And like, that's the reason why Starbound was even able to get that defusal. So like, even when the teammates aren't there, they're there. They're still there. They're still applying. Astralis, for example, were down. They were down and their wall was still up. So it's just like the preemptive thinking is crazy from Wada. Now Arya playing with the op and that first pick comes through and they are juggling 2 weapons at once just in case.
Just in case, you know. Gotta be ready for it. Goes for the jump team. Another one is coming in. Goes for that second shot. Pulls out the big rocket. Is gonna be able to find one. Swaps to another weapon, but Cats in the Cold says, "All right, that's enough from you." Shuts that down, and is gonna try and bolster the rest of the team onto this site. Back again for this Clove, but it is going to Cats pop an ultimate as well, but unfortunately not to pop another win under the belt of Ghost Gaming. And it's going to be Wada walking away from that first half at 11-1. And now on the attacking side, as the team likely to control the pace of the game. As if they kind of haven't already been controlling the pace of the game.
And all it takes is a pistol round. But I guess we'll have to see. That's quite difficult. And we're seeing like a raise being put into the mix too. So, I mean, despite that, let's say the shots don't hit, we still do have a lot of damage being taken away from Sleepy Aria and the fact that they're able to kind of play with their util as well. So, and they've been playing with each other's util for quite some time, Becky, to be honest. So when you're looking at it that way, it's like, you know, how will this go in the pistol round?
I would be terrified. Seeing the way that Juna and Arya work off of each other, going in just even on the defensive side, being like, oh, okay, now they're on the attacking side, and they just really get to be the ones who are deciding when and where things get executed on. That would make me extra terrified. Smoke coming out to allow for them to push onto that side. PowerPix is going to be a one to Avery. Tries to go for a retreat, but is not able to get back fast enough. Cats in the Cold is going to try and find some headshots here with Ghost from Heaven. Decides to go ahead and back off and try a different angle, or see if we can wait for some of the wadded up players to come to them.
You know, and you can just notice the fear in a lot of these players. They hold a lot of respect towards Wada, and it's just not working out the way that's planned. Yeah, and I agree, but like I don't know, the ghost gaming that we typically see is not here, and they're just not present. The mechanics of Wada are way too strong. They are feeling confident, feeling good. They've played Split before, so then they also have that extra incentive of, we've warmed up on this map. We're seeing Juna and Sleepy Arya. Of course, if this was the first time playing, those cohesive moments probably wouldn't have been as put together. So it's an unfortunate event, but this being the group stage honestly gives me some hope. Like, hey, okay, this is like the second game. And again, not too much to really worry about regarding like, are we going to get taken out?
And maybe that's kind of their mentality into this too, but in a more relaxed way. At least I can hope that it is in a more relaxed way. And they're keeping their cool about them. A blast in onto site, and Madison will not be walking away from this 8th site if Arya has anything to say about it. Judge in hand once again, and we've seen what this Judge can do. That smoke is going to fall. The pop comes out of the smoke, but Avery with the shotgun is going to be just a little bit stronger as Juna gets the plant down. 4-4 here. And the post-plant setup is coming into fruition for the side of Wada. Pieces of utility to hold as many players from Ghost Gaming at bay, or at least slow them down from coming onto this site.
Oh, there is no slowdown here. Wada holding back as much as they can. And I mean, this may just be it. One player left with 7 health, and Starbound's there to respond. So 13-1 that we end off this second game. And it's only been 30 minutes. They've ended the game in 30 minutes. Maybe even less. I think we started off at like 3:10, 3:15. So it is crazy that we got to see Wada in their full force power. And by the way, it's only the first day. So if this team does continue to play this way, which they will, it's just gonna get scarier from here. So who will have you know, just the strength to take on a team like this and not be worried and just really go and put in their best game? And I think that's, obviously I do think that's what they did. I think, you know, they played to the best of their capability, but it was just too much going on with Wada. So yeah.
Absolutely true. I mean, I hope to see how Ghost's final match in these best of 1 series does end up going. I'd be interested to see how Wada continues to go through these best of 1s. I mean, mentioned they're a favorite, mentioned that they probably will be one of the higher seeds going into those best of 3s and continuing on the day. But before we continue on through the rest of this tournament, we're going to go to a quick break before we break down the match.
I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head. I could go all day long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head.
Hello, hashtag Sign Wada. I mean, what an incredible way to see them debut here in NRG Neon Dream. I mean, Becky, it's the team that just came back from Brazil. I mean, they were in LCQ. They put up a fight. They were almost to the championships. We knew this was going to be a strong team, and they're making sure we do not forget it. 13-1 on Split to be starting off. I mean, this is bound to be our number one seed at this point, right?
I think bound to be is very true. I mean, considering 13-1, the match before was a 13-4, so they're 26-5 on the day. I would be interested to continue to count those numbers up as we go into round number 3 of these best of ones, but they are just looking so strong. Seeing how this team is playing together is just, it's honestly kind of beautiful. It brings a tear to my eye.
And I mean, the whole team was absolutely crazy. I was hoping to see more from Ghost Gaming. I highlighted Battison, and I think Battison is such a spectacular player, but again, playing on the Clove, and then again, we did also see the Waylay, and I wasn't too obsessed with the Waylay on this map. I think they could have used something a little more aggressive, as Split is a very, very hard entry map, and starting on the attack, I was hoping with the double duelist we would get to see a little bit more, but it did kind of fall flat. But it's hard, like you said, they just got out of Brazil. Wada was playing in a LAN experience, so not only did their gameplay get stronger, but so did their synergy, and they got to meet each other in person and this and that. So it is also a whole other story coming into this tournament as well.
And I mean, for Ghost Gaming, like, the ideas that they had on this map, I'm not ready to discount that quite yet. Because, Becky, we didn't really get an opportunity to really see that come to light, right? You have a Wada that's in your face. Even on their defense, they're just right at you, right? So there's still opportunity. Again, this is just for seeding. For Ghost Gaming to just bounce back, right? They won their first of the day really, really convincingly. Maybe they just know, don't pick Split up against Wada, you know?
It could be a little bit of that. I think there is a level of the composition that Ghost Gaming brought into Wada's composition is also just like, it's a little unfortunate to be starting on the attack against something like the Deadlock. It seems like it, from just looking at the team compositions holistically, it seems like a difficult team comp to attack into, unless your Yoru and your Waylay are going to really kind of like blast in as quickly as possible. Like, you have a lot that you're up against, and I think it was just made so much more difficult by the extreme synergy that we were seeing from Juna and Arya and Power Pixel as well on the other side of the map that didn't have the double sentinel on it.
Yes, and that was just there's not really much to say, guys. Let's just be honest. When a team gets 13-1, okay? Like, there's just not really too much. Wada look fantastic. Ghost, Hopefully we can see a bounce back in their next map. That's kind of about it. I do know what I can say though. Again, there is some awesome giveaways happening. It is going to be in the pin post in the Twitch chat right now. So opportunity to check that out now because we are going to be going to a break as we figure out what our next matchup of the day is going to be. Check out the giveaway, get some water, get a snack. We'll be back soon.
You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for bearing with us, and welcome back to NRG Neon Dream, an event for powerful, wonderful women here, and I cannot wait to see how the competition continues to stack up during this weekend, because it already has been amazing today. We're still in our group stage, our best of ones, to determine the seeding for our best of 3 single elimination bracket, with some matches that have definitely gone one way, showing some clear favorites already to the start of the event. And to chat with me a little bit more about it, let's welcome back our casters. Let's bring back Gone Person Becky, because I'm lonely. I miss them so much. I mean, going into this weekend, we have our 8 teams, Gompers. We've already gotten to take a sneak peek at a couple of them and that form that they're hitting for this weekend. And yeah, pretty good. We always know the Game Changer scene is strong, but they're really showing it today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from that last matchup that we got to see, Wada was just something that I was not expecting at all. I do know Wada is one of the strongest contenders just here, right, in the invited teams, but they really took it to a whole nother level. They did not care about the stakes. They were like, yeah, all right, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna make your bet and you're gonna lie in it. So yeah, pretty much a super exciting start. We also did get to see Kiri, so Magenta Kiri, so that in itself was pretty exciting as well. I know that game was a bit closer and honestly really good, I will say. So that was a super exciting one, but I'm hyped, right? We get to see even more and it's not over just yet.
It definitely is not. And a little update for those at home that might just be tuning in now. We've split up into 2 groups. Wada is the team that we just got to see 13-1, and they are now currently 2-0 on the day in their group. Ghost Gaming, FlyQuest Red within that same group, 1-1. Blue Otter, unfortunately, at that 0-2. Over in Group A, it's going to be YFPX that are sitting at that undefeated 2-0 record, with Kiri Magenta, 100 Thieves at 1-1, and Cafe's Empire at that 0-2. But still here, Becky, there's still one more best of 1 to be played on the day, so definitely with those more middle teams, we can definitely have the opportunity to switch things up a little bit more.
Absolutely. And I think that this is like interesting because if we're looking at these 2 teams, Cafes and 100 Thieves, that we're going to be going into, they have pretty similar records against who they have played versus overall. And so I think that this is going to be a, like, looking at strictly numbers, this feels like it is going to be a more even matchup and kind of potentially to have some back and forth. However, we did start off our day with watching 100 Thieves And it felt like in the match that we saw 100 Thieves, they did not come to play, and they came in extremely strong. We got to see really great showings from Amelia and Marceline. So I would be a little bit worried for Catface, but it might just be like a little bit of viewership bias where I haven't seen Catface on the day, so I haven't gotten to see what form they're in versus my bias towards 100 Thieves as a result of this.
Well, to update you on how they've been during the day, even if they are sitting at that 0-2, which definitely Gomper sounds a little bit scary, their matchup up against YFP was really, really close, and as well the one up against Kiri Magenta. So this group has been really, really close. It has been really competitive. So even if it's not necessarily the record they're looking for, I definitely think they're going to come out of the gate swinging in this next match.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, playing against 100 Thieves too, I don't think there's like any really withstanding encounters that we do have against these two. So this is one of the games where we are going in somewhat blind as to the capabilities of, you know, whether or not we are going to see a very similar playstyle from both of these teams, if they are going to counter each other very well, or maybe if it's going to end out the way that we did get to see from Wada, right? So realistically, you never do know, but I will say based on, you know, previous losses here, I think Meow, like they do, I'm just gonna call it Meow, sorry. They do Meow. They do have a lot more, I would say, like energy going into this game. I feel like if I was running off 2 losses, I'd be pretty much fed up. I feel like that would feed me a lot more anger going into this one and being like, you know what, I want to win. We are worth so much more. And now we're going against a team that, yeah, we're not too familiar with, but we can completely clear the slate and come out victorious.
I can't believe my casters are first off meowing on the desk. All right, I wasn't anticipating that one on the day, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Gompers is gonna start hissing or something next to this. I just don't even know. But refresher on the format again, best of 1. We're waiting up for the map vetoes to finish. But Becky, I feel like at this point of the day, we've gotten to see a couple of teams with like leniencies and kind of tendencies towards a map. And I think that that's been really interesting to see because again, this is not the elimination phase. So there's nothing really to stop you from just picking any kind of map and just kind of running it down to kind of save some strats. But we've gotten to see some really interesting takes from our team so far.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said about like the lower seed that you have, the worst map picks you're going to end up getting in that best of 3. So if you are a team that cares, like you have to put some amount of effort into this. But usually if I think you were like sandbagging anything, you would kind of end up in the middle of the pack. So I would be leaning towards the people who are coming out on top are the people who are really like dedicated. They're not holding anything back. They're trying to get that first seed. And then I would expect the like bottom of the pack people to having also been trying, but maybe it's not their day. I will be interested to see what that means for us here. So far, we've seen an interesting mixture of Abyss and Split, and I'm curious to see where we're going to end up for our 3rd best of 1. Not going to be Split again, but that makes me, I'm kind of okay with that. And we are going to get a 3rd different map, which is exciting for me. Oh. Okay.
All right, we have Pearl as our map within this series. Gomps, first impressions here.
We have not seen Pearl from 100 Thieves in a very long time, and neither have we for my beautiful team that I'm not even gonna say the name, guys. I don't care anymore.
Say their name.
Anyways, so yeah, Pearl. So I really like this decider. I think it's fun, it's fresh, it's kind of like a different vibe that I've been wanting. I do feel like the other maps that we've seen this far of Abyss and Split are so close encountered that it is a little bit harder to kind of play around the map as to versus Pearl. Now we're gonna see, you know what we typically see from Meow of the sorry, I keep laughing now, of just having that double initiator composition, right, or potentially the double sentinel come out on majority of the maps here. So I am excited to see them come into kind of like that comfort pick of potentially the chamber and the deadlock or something of the sort. So for me, Pearl is definitely a map I'm looking forward to seeing.
I think what I'm particularly intrigued about with Pearl is even when we were looking at the other maps and we weren't 100% sure with what we were going to see in terms of agents, just because, again, everything has changed, guys. There was still going to be like some sort of conversation. Okay, we know the team will kind of lean towards this, etc. But for Pearl, with the fact that we haven't seen it from 100 Thieves in this current iteration of the team, and of course for Catface, we have not seen it since like something like May, Becky, I think this is going to be really exciting because I truly just do not know what to expect from either of these teams now.
I mean, it's interesting because I don't think we have, in a weird way, it seems weird to say clean slate because obviously like the majority of Pearl is the same, but it does have some slight changes to it since coming back into the map pool that I think does make it kind of a new frontier maybe, as far as these teams are concerned. So I am pretty interested in seeing how they're going to play around some of these new changes that have been made to this map and how that's going to impact things, especially considering they haven't played this map in a long time on top of that.
Oh, it'll be an exciting time and a match that we are ready for. So I'm going to leave you two to the agent select. Enjoy Pearl, guys.
All right. I mean, we certainly will enjoy Pearl. I'm excited for, first to see a Killjoy. I mean, you have to anticipate that even despite some nerfs, you're still going to see some amount of those comfort picks. I was kind of talking about it at the start of the day. But with this full 100 Thieves team locked in, how are you feeling about it, Gompers?
I'm feeling good. I like the double Sentinel comp that we're seeing. Actually, I'm sorry. I saw the Chamber on 100 Thieves, but it seems like they had completely swayed away from that. So we are seeing Melly and Marceline doing the double duelist, which I still like. I've been a very big fan of Yoru, especially like in this upcoming meta where Yoru has been abused a lot, but not in the way that I would have ever thought. It's very troll comp and also just like honestly go vibe. And I love it. I honestly love it. But we are resorting back to that double Sentinel that I talked about with Meow. So I'm just gonna Meow on broadcast all day. So this is something I really do like. And I'm a big fan of Chamber. I think Chamber holds so much on the defensive side. So to start off attack and have so much to play with, whether it be on the economic value side from Ice, I think they are going to be such a good player for this specific map here.
And I'm really excited to see just this feels like an interesting decision to me, starting off on attack and going for that double Sentinel kind of strategy. I mean, it's putting a lot of weight on a team's shoulders to like warp your composition around starting on defense versus starting on offense, but even still I think it's all about kind of setting the tempo for the game. It's setting up where you're going to end up being in that second half and how that is going to impact how aggressive you have to play. So I'll be kind of taking my eyes and putting them in that direction for the remainder of this match. A lot of damage done onto the members of Meow. However, the first player to fall is going to be that Killjoy for the side of 100 Thieves. Long shoots back and forth, but 100 Thieves still sitting nicely at 3-2-3 and quite a bit of damage still hanging out on those players from Meow.
And what's the set play here is the question, because it does seem like they're going for more of a sandwich type of ordeal. But like you said, a lot of damage from Empire.
And on those pistol rounds, I think that is going to be just that much better for a lot of these players. Sin is going to be the first to see a little bit of a point of contact. Move to try and just play off with the rest of the team. And Icy here from up high. Lydia, not expected by Sin there. At least trying back and forth from players. But the moment that tap does come through, 2 players still there. That spike is ticking. And Catface Meow going to be the first around in their pocket. Very nicely done despite a lot of those kerfuffles at the start of the match.
Yeah, beautiful start. We do get to see Meow kind of just really, again, Ice starting off on the Chamber was such value, and even then having so many players damaged and still being able to take away from this with 3 assists coming through from Ice is spectacular. So they are going to still continue their stride, especially now as Ice does seem like they're going to be wary and away from the group. Playing more so towards the side of B to see what the 100 Thieves is going to look for.
Start off nice. flash
down
away from
A.
that smoke. Quite the back and forth, and happy to be able to do damage to
Gun
that
here.
buy-up economy, even if it meant sacrificing quite a few players. Surprised that Meow is still pushing over towards this A site, but maybe they're just hoping that their opponents think that the rotation would come through. Slow walking onto this site, this Astra doing a phenomenal job of making sure that those smokes are up behind her, lock off these angles. Animal and Icy very ready for 100 Thieves to peek out from said smokes and be ready with those weapons and getting that bomb plant for the extra money.
0-2 to kind of keep things going, but pivotal start for Empire. They've pretty much just, I mean, made way from a team that, you know, wasn't facing the most victories going on in the last 2 games to now, I mean, having already the lead, so it definitely feeling good. Ice, very, very confident with their gameplay here, always getting one throughout every round thus far, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how this one goes, right? The bonus round, how are they going to play with the chamber and the fact that there's so much economic value there, but it does seem like a little bit of aggression going on towards it.
Ooh, a nice shot with that Guardian to take out Ice and start things off. You would expect that chamber to be the one to come peeking around a lot of these corners, and being prepared for that speaks well to, again, how we saw Melia play earlier in the day as well when we were watching round number 1. The rest of the side of Meow hanging out over towards this A site, just trying to gather information before deciding which one of these sites to get themselves to. Marceline pushing forward. Melia and Marceline, both players that we were really surprised by, again, talking about that first round that we watched on the day. Able to back off because of some of these smokes here. Double Astra across this game, making for a lot of vision denial between these smokes. And a great time to peek out off of that sound cue. Finds one, but unfortunately isn't able to make that transfer, so it's just going to be a 1-for-1, but 100 Thieves going to be happy for that 1-for-1 because they're coming out of it at
One enemy remaining.
shots coming through from Lydia, and it's just going to be Luna Fox remaining. The Astra, the smoke's able to come through, but with a low HP, gonna likely just be happy to get that spike down for some money, and a beautiful shock dart from Salandy is gonna make that a easy cleanup, and 100 Thieves are gonna get their first buy-up round here.
Yeah, big place for a bonus round. I mean, Empire played the best they could, taking out 2 players and then kind of just proceeding through that, playing as carefully as they could. But all in all, doesn't seem to work out. And now it is a full buy on both sides, to which I'm surprised no one is farming ult orbs too drastically. I do feel like it would be pretty exciting to see. I mean, obviously, Lydia has had the most opportunity of thus now that ultimate has arrived. So 100 Thieves, if they want to secure this round, they could kind of push out for that, especially with Lydia not having too much of weaponry to really solidify this round.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing to call out of going for those ult orbs, and I think it says a lot about where we're seeing a lot of the initial conflict in these rounds, and we are kind of seeing them, especially over towards this A site. It's really happening in those areas where sound cues has been such a catalyst for a lot of these fights, and so there hasn't been a lot of time for somebody to just like stop and grab one of those ult orbs and drop those moments for long enough. But across the board, we're 1-for-1 here. 2 different long-range shots, and Amanda playing in this corner catches Marceline off guard, pushing out of that smoke. Slandy able to quickly run away alongside Amelia, and it looks like it's going to be a rotation coming through from the attacking side after that play, but the rotation is slightly anticipated from the side of 100 Thieves, trying to make sure that they're clearing out mid as much as possible with Melia as the Cosmic Divide does come down. Amanda maybe not prepared. Excuse me, pardon me. Amanda very prepared for Melia to come out from mid there, and is going to make the most of it along with the rest of Meow. Slandy, the only player remaining, 38 HP. Audio blocked off by that Cosmic Divide. The bomb goes down and the shot comes through from the operator, and Meow find themselves with 3 points.
Yeah, waving in and out, trying to figure out a way to kind of use the barrier to not make too much sound on the other side. So I think that in itself, allowing them to kind of play around that was was quite smart on their side. It is unfortunate because we did actually see 100 Thieves started off pretty well, and then it just went downhill from there. So Empire, they've held themselves together thus up until now. They're gonna keep doing so. I mean, so far, having a very spectacular performance with just a single duelist double sentinel composition on the attacking side is in itself very impressive.
Oh. Amanda punished for trying to go and chase Melia there. Marceline able to play a little bit of buddy system there. Orb is going to be captured by Sin after that back off, so I like this control of, hey, we lost one of our duelists, but let's see if we can get a little bit of value back here. And was playing with that teammate to see if somebody was going to go ahead and pop around that corner, but both Melia and Marceline playing far back after that initial scuffle, taking their one and saying we will continue to hold our numbers with the rest of the team very far back for a lot of the players on 100 Thieves, and just waiting for any kind of audio cue or pieces of utility to come out before making rotations or push forwards here.
Oh, and they're holding such an interesting crosshold too. Marceline along with Melia. Given an opening, but Marceline is going to be the backstabber here.
Yeah, interesting that it still resulted in one of those players going down. You said it, but at least being happy for a one-for-one trade, considering they got one for free basically at the start of the round. It's interesting to see how that decision-making is going to pull out for them. Ice gonna potentially make getting caught by that recon bolt, but using that wall penetration on that Guardian to be able to take out Ice. Continuing to watch. Lunafox is picks up a fourth, and Marceline just continuing to be a demon on the round, but it gets ended by Salandy, and 100 Thieves get themselves a round by playing slow and calculated, and a thrifty, no less.
And that really was such a huge play to play the crosshold all the way back towards Secret and whatnot, and then now you finally have a weapon to play with. I mean, in spite of it being a Guardian, I still think the gameplay was spectacular. Marceline did what was best, but then tons of weapons dropped for the team. And now not only is economy going to be shining for them moving forward, but it's also the fact that, okay, now we have weapons to play with. There isn't much of a buy that has to move forward, so we do have a little bit of leeway here, and Empire does not. So I think it's quite interesting the way that things have turned around just based off that alone.
Yeah, I mean, you said that they have a shining economy. They also have a shining ult economy. A lot of ults ready for 100 Thieves, and Luo ready for Amanda to go ahead and try and push through really aggressively, and is on top of that able to get away to safety, is going to avoid that Prowler that comes through as well. Yeah. And a lot of that Fade utility from the side of Cafe is kind of used early in the round to be available for later, and I'm gonna go ahead, prowl forward a little bit, be able to find one there. Lunafox across the board as well. Both of these teams just playing so spread on this map and just taking these little skirmishes back and forth as much as possible.
And skirmishing it out around down in mid, so just looking for some sort of space to gather around. I know Ice did use their util, their ultimate, so to fight this out, just looking for space.
Yeah, finding themselves together now. Lydia's going to be able to find one. That is both of the Astras down. Tour de Force is out for this chamber, but is trying to go towards a lot of these closer range fights. Lockdown does come through from Animal, and it's just going to be a lot of pop shots and hanging out, trying to buy themselves time. Nobody detained, but now able to watch a high and low angle. Unfortunately, that swing didn't come through at the same time, so Luo barely able to get that trade back and forth, but does open things up for Animal to shore that one up for Catface.
For Empire and 100 Thieves, so far so good. I think for teams that haven't played against each other, the adaptations are rounding about pretty nicely. I do like the fact that we do have 4 ultimates on the board. But popping out the ult there for Ice was a very, very smart move to kind of continue early on. Obviously not necessarily the... apologies. Yes, it was the winning factor. But not necessarily the winning factor for 100 Thieves, so They are going to have to try to work hard to bring back the economy that they had prior. It does seem like there's a little bit of leeway here, especially now with the aggression coming down towards mid.
It looks like 100 Thieves hoping that somebody peeks out from around one of these corners, but Cafes decide to play pretty safe there, buy themselves a little bit of time, potentially play with a little bit of off-timing confusion. And they're going to potentially walk into until they know that Killjoy does hang out over towards Link, clear some of that out while the other side fights around that ultimate orb. Cafes does come out on top, being able to take out that Killjoy from one end while the jet goes down from another. Melvin has not had Killjoy come online in this match. 30 HP on Amanda, but able to take out Lydia, clear those smokes off the map for their opponents.
One enemy
Thieves
remaining.
down to just 2, make it 1 as Slandy is left recon bolting and shock darting to try and get any amount of action happening, but all 3 players that were on site for Empires
Thought I would have to
shooting
work
Slandy over towards
Clearly not.
that Link onto site and continue to hold very nicely in this game, so it is going to be a timeout coming through for 100 Thieves.
The first time out I've ever seen.
I was about to say, we're at the point where I kind of forgot that was like I know, but I'm always like, if it's not like in my head that like, oh, we should be taking time out, we should be talking things through. But this is a moment where 100 Thieves could potentially be getting a little bit of help out from their coach Zello there and figuring out how they can not let this get too far away from them.
Yeah, we needed to see this. Which is interesting because there were no timeouts active in the other matchups, so it's. I never even thought timeouts were a thing, but it seems like there are. So that's nice, right? Taking the time to kind of indulge in what needs to be fixed, as well as just the flaws that they're having. Maybe even switching things up because it does seem like the composition that they do have. I mean, the way that they're rounding about the sites is not necessarily working. I am seeing pings, so gameplay is kind of being talked about with Empire as well on both sides. So for Empire, though, they're playing a really, really good solidified game. I do think ICE is being very, very clever with the fact that they're playing with the op, and it's only going to get even more dangerous as they do go over to that defensive side. So if 100 Thieves doesn't find a way to shut this down early, it's going to just get worse as time goes on.
Yeah, this could have also been a place where timeout was called because we've, for the last 2 rounds, been talking about how many ultimates are available for 100 Thieves, and they've really kind of sat on them. And so maybe it's a moment of, we need to take this minute timeout and figure out where exactly we can use something like one of these ultimates. Get something out of it. Unfortunately, a perfect kind of scale down through B long, knowing where that location isn't going to give over any information and being able to catch a player off guard, push onto site from the side of Cat Base. Low gun power for the side of 100 Thieves, but it does not matter. The plant comes through, and 6th round, most 100 Thieves can hope for is a even half, but it may not come to that.
No, they're struggling very bad. But Malia was a player that we did see in the first game that they had played, playing with the op, and they were pretty detrimental, I will say. So for 100 Thieves to start pulling this out, I do think, is it a good sign? Absolutely. Biggest issue, is it going to be, something that they can just slowly start to implement at this point when a 2-6 is arriving? Maybe not, but we'll have to see. I mean, the big aggression already over towards the A side.
It's one of those things where it starts to feel like the operator ends up being so sink or swim for a lot of players. It either is something that like snowballs the rest of your team and allows you to kind of flourish continuously, or if you are just like losing your fights with it to Vandals, it starts to hurt your economy, starts to hurt the rest of your team's economy, and it kind of snowballs in the opposite direction. So it'll be interesting to see if this does bring forth a lot more. And hey, as we're talking about it, Melia is going to be the first one to pick up a kill there. Lydia, though, holding a nice angle as well and doing a ton of damage to the side of Catface with a 3K over towards mid. That spike is down. Amanda on the other side of the map was trying to be a terror to the completely different side, but loses that little chase against Slandy.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine too. So 100 Thieves, they have picked it up. Whatever they talked about was exactly what was needed. And they still have 3 ultimates on the board. So there is time. They just wanted the economy to make sure that everything was looking right and ripe. And now they can really push forward with it. My only worry, of course, being Sin can kind of respond very, very quickly. But other than that, I really do hope we do get to see a bit more of the extension of ultimates. We haven't seen them necessarily, and it's almost like they're holding on to it.
I was gonna say, we've been talking about it for a long time, and maybe the same way that we forgot that timeouts could be called, maybe they forgot that ultimates could be used. Maybe it's also a thing, I think a lot of players fall into this idea that, like, they have a strategy for how to use their ultimates with their team comps, and they kind of, like, hold on to their ultimates thinking, oh, the only way that I can use my ultimate is in this exact scenario because it's what my team is expecting. And I think that that can be, not to use the same phrase sink or swim again, but it really can end up being a detriment if you stop playing loosely for the sake of the moment that your team is stuck in. Marsley will be the first one to pick up Amanda, trying to get space onto the site, but it's a trade back and forth, 3-3 now for both of these teams. Lunafox is getting this plant through, gonna try and seize with Sin there, but it is not going to be anyone hanging out towards a secret. So the setup is pulled back from the attackers, and is set. As the ultimate does come through from Fade. Lockdown going to be the answer back. So Emluo trying to buy a little bit of extra space for the defensive side to get onto this site. That is going to push a lot of players from Catface back. We're going to double it up with this Cosmic Divide and block off as much sound as possible from the attackers. Defuse is started, halved to start. The attackers waiting to push through. Fox goes down. Emluo just ready for every angle that Catface is going to push in through. Gets the 3K and a beautiful system of ultimates. We teed up for something like that. I mean, what a place to use both of those ultimates together in perfect harmony.
And I'm glad they used it.
Oh, yeah. We're starting to get to the point where I'm like, okay, are we really only going to try and get one ultimate in the entire half? What's the goal here? Come on, give us something.
I think it was time, and I think that was definitely talked about, which I do like the response from Meow's Fade ult that had come by the Nightfall, so kind of just working with it. And I do like the fact that even though they're playing on the defense, they're kind of just playing in response to what Meow is pushing for. Now Amanda actually finding Slandy, but then missing out, so that's perfect. They've lost out on that duelist.
I was going to say, did Amanda find Slandy or did Slandy find Amanda? Who's to say? But at the end of the day, it is going to be Amanda who is gray screened for the rest of the round. 100 Thieves now trying to gather information about where the rest of Catface is attacking now that that duelist is down. Trades back and forth to even the score to 3-3. A very nice peek out from Emluo. Knows that some shots are coming from players behind them. And Ice is going to see, now that that spike is collected, where exactly they can go for this plant. But it's a little bit difficult when the other player on the team in Animal is separated from them. Barrel on screen. And Ice is going to be able to find one, but it's 2 operator shots to end the round. And can 100 Thieves equalize the first half of this map?
Now they have no response to Melia and the fact that they've brought out the operator. So they are just focusing on their strengths. I think Melia bringing out the op was a very, very good call. And now we might actually be able to see your result, you know, kind of make some way here. So as we move forward into a slight pause, I kind of wanted to just reminisce on the past,
All right?
right?
Let's reminisce.
So I think
walk.
Along with, yes, through the streets of Pearl, I am reminiscing about the fact that I really do like the op being brought up. Amelia, I think that was a really, really good transition. As for the chamber, I don't think the strengths are being shown as much because of those adaptations, but I am excited. The second half, we do get to see that chamber. I think we may just be able to see a bit more coming through. There isn't a lot of aggression that we can see come through from a chamber player playing on the attacking half, right? Especially with, I do believe they are running a double duelist comp. So as that being said, is the aggression as hard as I would like to see from a double duelist composition that we're seeing? No. But I am excited to see the ultimate potentially be brought out this time around. We are waiting on the Yoru ult. to kind of push
You've been
onto
holding
the
on to
site.
it for a long time. Let's use it.
Maybe this I do believe this is the time. I think this might be the perfect the case scenario.
And we do continue. I mean, this does remind me just how much in the first round we saw Nelia and Marceline play off each other, but I think they started off in the attack the first time. Oh, an unfortunate corner not cleared,
Spike down
and does
A.
allow for 100 Thieves to get a few kills for free there. Lunafox now the only one remaining. Gonna have to face down a Killjoy and an Astra to get this spike down. Cosmic Divide comes through, tries to see if somebody will peek through that Cosmic Divide, but unfortunately the person to peek through led to their own doom. Even 6-6 half. I mean, we anticipated that this was going to be even. How much do you think it's going to change? You mentioned the double duelist composition, now switching to the attacking side. If this chamber for Catface is going to end up being more impactful, which one of those two things do you think is going to win out?
I feel like they're on their respective sides, so it's like quite difficult to think
I
about
agree.
what could happen, right? Like double Sentinel and then double Duelist. So is it just gonna be stagnant like we've been seeing? I'm not quite sure. I will
Are
say
we going
though,
to OT?
I will say though, like we aren't gonna see Melia with Yop anymore. That's gonna be difficult to pressure as a double Duelist comp. So for that was kind of the main factor as to why we were seeing 100 Thieves. I'm sorry, Meow start to just diminish back into like that safe play style. So I do think that the chamber is going to be a big detriment here.
All right, interested to see how that will shake up. Chamber and the rest of the team slowly making these rotations. Unfortunately, some of those rotations getting caught, trying to lurk around. But Ice doing a great job, actually with a classic to take down two players. Marceline gonna get a little bit of a bite right back before falling to Sin, unfortunately stuck in that same location, so just waiting for that peak to come back around, caught by the seas, and now it is going to be Lunafox trying to play around this corner, trying to go Lydia out of that corner, but luckily for Lydia, location unknown, spike in hand, and able to equalize it very nicely to this 1v1 situation. A nice relocation from Lunafox here to also kind of play this game of mystery back and forth with Lydia here.
30 seconds left.
And with
A nice
30
little run over
seconds-
towards A. Ooh. This is
goodness.
like, this is a tense place to be. Lydia still has a star as well, and I believe there was none
Planted.
previously for Lunafox, who now is going to have to book it over towards this A site after that spike has been planted and heard.
I think that start does give away the location though.
Oh.
So I don't know. Like the wall bang is there. I'm sure that they're gonna try to bait this one out and see if they can rush it. Yep.
Oh.
Already making the way. Do they know though? Yes, absolutely so. So that's a huge close off from Luna. I think the start just gave Lydia away.
Yeah, that's hard, but I think this is another one of those places where, like, you're so used to that being, like, how you're supposed to play that moment as the Astra. At the same time, oh, that's so hard to think about. And I mean, like, it's also a pistol round, so you're also just like, I hope you don't have a Sheriff or a Ghost, and you don't just head tap me. And on it, okay, now watching that from Lunafox's POV, also just, like, a great shot in the moment. So, honestly, a great end of that first pistol round by both players, but extremely nicely done by Lunafox and staying cool, calm, and collected.
Got 3 outlaws. I think I saw.
Whoa!
I don't know. Maybe. Well, we'll see. I do like. Oh wow! Already headshot too. I do like the outlaw. I think it was such a great addition to the game, especially now we're able to see like a one-tap headshot here to kind of take advantage of that and potentially more damage to be made. But down in mid already, Animal with Util alone has strayed this away.
Portal closed.
I mean, very nice. That's like what you were hoping your Killjoy is going to do every single round. It does kind of allow for a little bit of a collapse. A lot of the players from Catface moving over to new locations over towards mid to try and see which of these two divergent directions the Thieves are going to end up taking.
Get back.
Cuss does push Sin back, not unprepared for that push from Duo. Nice outlaw shot to come.
remaining.
Trades back and forth.
Spike
Looking
down,
pretty
mid.
good up until Animal with the stinger is able to come out on top. Lydia now the only player remaining once again. And to get this bomb would have to do some crazy plays. So Animal with 3K with that stinger. Looking very nice for the first big step forward for Catface. But if this goes anything like round 1, it's just going to be equalized by the buy-up.
Get back.
A good way to kind of keep things going, giving them a scoreline that they're going to be happy about. And they're one step closer to potentially making it over to those double digits. But what a fantastic hold coming through from Animal, like you said. I think honestly, no, not I think. I know the way they played that down in mid was spectacular, right? Playing with the util, then also having the stinker in hand and knowing that there was so much damage potential there.
Yeah, and just choosing the correct times to go for a lot of those peaks, play around each of those corners. I mean, there's so many little spots that you can play into with a gun like that on this map. All right, that chamber, something that you want to be one of your first points of contact, but does feel a little unfortunate when it is the player to lose that first point of contact. Trying to get some of this wall bang at that long angle from Lunafox. Melia prepared with the Bucky. Gonna go ahead and take that little bit of an upgrade. Slandy expecting a different angle to come through. Nade is gonna keep off opposing Killjoy, but Lunafox ready for the opposing team to start to encroach onto this space. Emluo finding a pickup as well, trying to play around these corners, makes sure to get a Lunafox with the help of Lydia there. 100 Thieves playing it up the same way that we saw in round number 1, which bodes well for a potential overtime explanation or potential here.
Yeah, quite interesting round 2. I mean, there wasn't really anything more, I feel, Al could have done, right? Luna was playing the best game they could. They had a Vandal in hand. They were trying to, like, really just portray themselves as that hero rifle companion.
Revealing area.
But, you know, all of it fell down as mid was slowly taken over by 100 Thieves, and so is the A site. So I do like quick execution. I think they are really just taking advantage of that double duelist comp that they have here, especially with Slandy. Just really setting them up for these plays.
Yeah, and we saw that a lot in the first map as well. I mean, it really was... it was something that they kind of had to get into as the game progressed, but once they really got into just, like, clinical utility usage, they were doing such a phenomenal job of playing off of initiator and controller utility and playing really heavily into that, and it's cool to see that come through even in a different composition on a different map. And there we go. That's how I was expecting the kill feed really to look, is that Melia Marceline duo pushing out to all of these different angles. And unfortunately though, on this retake coming through from Catface, we're seeing quite a few players. Slandy now gonna peek out with the shock dart, just try to get the damage through. Does manage to get it onto Lunafox, taking a lot of heat for those peek outs, but thankfully Emluo a little bit late, but better late than never to come through with those peaks to make sure that the teamwork is there to make the dream work.
Yeah, and they didn't have to lose that many people, to be honest. They're turning their heads way too early during these battles. Assuming that, like, okay, hey, I've picked this person off. No one else could be there. No one else could be swinging. And it always just seems to be, like, the opposite of that case. So definitely being a little more wary of the fact that, okay, yes, I've won this fight, but, you know, there could be a potential second. I do feel like maybe moving forward would help them a lot in just trying not to lose as many players and give the opportunity back to Meow. But either way, I mean, seeming like they have so much util to play with and already information coming through. Dimensional drift from Marceline and a big TP.
Ooh, yeah, Ice is like, I'm running away. I'm gonna try and take this fight while the rest of my team is rotating to buy a little bit of time, but unfortunately, it does go the way of 100 Thieves, and Marceline comes out on top. That spike goes down. That time not gonna be enough, but the rotation fully through. The peak, though, from Melia, though. Crossfire. Whoa, okay. I need a replay of that one. That's one where, like, I'm fully watching kill feed. I feel like my eyes are not going to keep up with who is where. But honestly, bless our production. Oh, yeah.
No, that one was insane.
Oh, yeah. That's the lineup. That's what we were waiting for. And that's the thing that made Melia a terror in the first map that we watched. Actually, it's an operator, but it's going to be Ice first on this next half to be picking that up.
Yeah, this is good. I did talk briefly about how I did want to see a bit more of the op play come through from a chamber player. Their TP is not set down though, so it was already a recipe for disaster. And now actually their TP was down. Pardon me. So they were pretty safely set. They were just roaming just a bit too far.
Just a bit far, and Crosshair roaming a bit too far as well. And I think that is feeling like how this whole round's going. The lockdown is down, but there is that little pocket of availability. Marceline will really take a little bit there, and it's going to be another Astral to try and block off as much sound. A flash to pop through it as well that allows for 100 Thieves to just fight their way through a chaotic round of smokes and cosmic divides on both sides.
10 and 8. They've broken the curse. There was this really big back and forth curse that we were seeing. Honestly, even shutting down the chamber so early on after such a big economic investment with that op is crazy. Melia takes the op instead. I don't think I would have thought that we would have seen Melia actually take into account the op. So it is quite interesting.
Yeah, surprising and interesting, but welcome in this regard. Players on the side of Catface, a little bit worse for wear as far as Econ is concerned. Really going to be leaning on that tour de force coming through, but unfortunately a shot used on that owl drone, which hurts a little bit. Hunter's Fury going to come out from the attacking side and does pick off Animal, so a lot of that defensive utility is gone from the side of Catface. As the rotation comes through, trying to play to their numbers and remaining respectful of the capabilities of Catface despite them being on an eco round here. And I think that that really does kind of get held up by the presence of the tour de force. Melia jump prowling with these knives. Ice did catch a quick glimpse, sets up that teleport and gets taken out by some stray shots coming through with those smokes. Crazy angle Lunafox, though. Speaking of crazy angles, hoping to be catching some players unaware. Recon Bolt that first kill can give away quite a bit. Shot with the op, switch to the knives, and lets Landy handle that final kill. 11 points to 100 Thieves, who seem to have found their stride in this match and are one away from match point.
Timeout coming back through, but this is good. I mean, they've kind of shaped themselves up last time as well. After this timeout, so kind of just taking into account that they also do have a couple things to play with here. Once again, the Nightfall that could be used, as well as how they're going to kind of play against this op that has been newly profound within the group of 100 Thieves. So just trying to keep in mind what they could push forward through with. But I do like this. I think the attacking side definitely was their half. They are 100% playing a lot better with the composition that was chosen with the Jet and the Yoru now being able to kind of work in cohesion with Luna.
And I think it makes sense, especially for how we saw them playing in the first half of the day. And I think it's cool to know that you like have a strength, and I hope that they like continue to push forward in this tournament, like keeping that in mind as well. And I have to imagine that you're building a lot of these team comps on these maps with that in mind. But I do feel like we just saw such a strong composition from them on Abyss, and is it weird to be like, I wish I could watch them play Abyss again? Like, no. I just want to see them play that again, like with a different team. I just loved how they like started using their utility. It took them a little while to warm up to it, but like once they did, it felt like it was such a stride. And now it feels like this one we just like are waiting for Melia to get an op, which is cool still to watch. But I do like seeing a little bit of the utility action quite a bit as well.
And some of that will be just shut down. That was a 100% a bait from Slandy, just to peek that.
Oh yeah. But you know, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, it feels good for that to work.
Yeah. Oh gosh, up down. Actually, you can
Up,
get
down.
a pretty nasty collab off this, but not gonna happen.
Oh no, knew one more was there, and we're just gonna go ahead and say, you know what? We will let 2 people get taken down so that we can go ahead and end this up. Match point now for 100 Thieves. We do have Fate Ultimate ready on the defensive side, but a Lockdown ready on the attacking side, and that's a little bit more of a clear path for ultimate usage as far as get spiked down, pop that Lockdown, buy yourself time. I guess the hope would be throw down that Fate Ultimate to keep them off site for as long as possible and not even let that bomb go down, but it seems 100 Thieves are doing just such a good job of making sure that that does happen every single time.
100 Thieves, this may be the last opportunity to run away with this, right? Like, just making sure that orbs are picked up. I love the planning on this one.
Oh. I'm always so, on certain maps, just like so surprised at the range of Killjoy lockdown. And what an impressive range this one has. The amount of space that they're able to push on with. Fate Ultimate does come out, and that is going to definitely a lot of players caught in that ice, trying to push forward on the rest of the defensive side here. But the Astra utility forces Melia out of that corner, allows for Sin to be able to pick up one. Prowlers doing what they do best, trying to gather information about where those attacking side players would peek out from, playing to these trades, these back and forths as much as possible. I mean, a very nice amount of discipline to go for the player who is holding down the spike, but in the end, it is going to be that team bombardment from Catface to come out on top.
Yeah, 3 players playing against one there on the post plant was not ideal. I again, very,
It never is.
never. But a very good hold. I do give them credit for that. It is quite difficult though when majority has been taken out. I don't think they have to fight as hard as they did. I did like the pop flash moving forward. But in regards to timing, it really just felt like there was a slight second off. Although still up. So 12-9. We do have the Odin and the Op. Melia is looking to prepare themselves for battle. And Marceline's still readily available with their ultimate here.
Yeah, and by battle we mean hopefully taking this one home. Dimensional Drift does come through, information being gathered, and Marceline does commit onto this site with the Odin and is waiting for some unsuspecting person to come around the corner and into their clutches. Emlu and Melia on other opposing sides of the map, just waiting for the strange onslaught coming in from defensive players pushing up into the attacking side, and Emluo from Link towards mid gonna come through and find those final 2 headshots and lock that one up for 100 Thieves.
Oh, and congrats to them. I know I did kind of wanted to see Meow take away their first victory, but it does seem like it is not going to work out that way, although 100 Thieves leaving with a 2-0. I mean, a 2-1, as they did lose that last game. So all in all, a very, very good performance. I think Catface, apologies, Meow, as to the way they played throughout the entirety of the tournament thus far has been great, right? They've been very close each and every game that they've held so far. So it's not like it's over yet, right? This is a team that has so much opportunity.
Absolutely true, and these were best of ones for seeding going into the best of 3 bracket. So we are going to go to a quick break before we start to present you with where some of these teams are going to potentially fall in that bracket. We'll be right back.
It's going to be Catface going up against 100 Thieves on Pearl, and pretty close match up until the half. But Becky, we get into the side swap. It's 100 Thieves that, again, with this aggressive comp, just looks so strong, and is going to be a 13-9 victory at the end. Put them 2-1 here in our best of one seeding phase.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves did a great job. Again, we talked about it through the entire match. The moment that they kind of were the pacemakers for the game, they just got to completely take it over. Melia and Marceline do such a great job of buying space for the team, of being able to take those early engages and tending to come out on top. And they kind of do this really good job of being like close range and long range duelist, and the rest of the team just playing into that strength as much as possible with those two players. It's just, it starts to be really beautiful to see.
Yeah, and I did like the slight pacing that we did get to see increase on the side of 100 Thieves down in that second half. I do believe they felt more comfortable in the attacking side, which really just worked a million times better, as to where now the double duelist comp that we were seeing was playing better. We were seeing Melia actually start to indulge in the op a bit more, despite it not being on the defensive side. And for me, just everyone was feeling great. So there were hiccups here and there that I really do wish we did get to see a bit more of the utility usage that me and Becky were talking quite a bit about, and the fact that we didn't really feel like there was much follow-up in these executions. But all in all, it was a game of great mechanics and good aim, and I'm very happy that I had the chance to watch.
I mean, for 100 Thieves to be able to be warmed up in this fashion, that is just going to be fantastic for them, because next up in the competition is going to be the best of three single elimination bracket, Becky. And that's where the competition really gets intense, because single elimination, you're out of lives. If you mess up in that best of three, you are done, and you're part of that $10,000 prize pool all of a sudden up in flames.
Yeah, absolutely true. And I think that something that especially 100 Thieves is going to need to watch out for, it feels like they almost have like a switch that flips for them when they start to like really come online in a match. And I think we saw it more in the first match that we saw them play than this last match that we saw them play, where in the first match that we watched, they almost had this moment of like, oh, we need to be relying on utility more to win. And in this last match, it felt like they were like, no, we can just like put ourselves in situations where we'll like wait for Melia to get an op, we'll wait for Marceline to be a little bit more aggressive and go in, and we'll just like win some aim battles. And I'm more interested in seeing the part of 100 Thieves that is leaning on the utility. And that could have just been something that was they're more comfortable with the composition and the agents that were selected for Abyss rather than the agents that were selected for Pearl here. But it's hard to know without like seeing more, especially like with recent agent changes. But that's something that I think I'm interested in seeing, especially once we get into those best of threes, because the way you would switch to like start to play differently versus aim dueling versus using more utility is going to be so different in those best of threes.
I mean, we're still going to have a bit more Valorant action here on the day, so good news for you. The not so good news is we're going to have to take a minute to make sure we can properly seed this bracket. But going back to the good news means you have the opportunity to get a snack, stretch your legs, anything else. After that, we are going to be back with our bracket here for the NRG Neon Dream. See you all soon.
You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Hello everyone and welcome back to NRG Neon Dream. Our seeding phase of the competition is done and it's time to get started with the best of 3 single elimination bracket. Gompers, we'll see her again tomorrow. That's fine. But it's me, Sierra Dawn. It is not me. It is Becky with us. I don't know what I'm going about. But we also welcome Zobi in. Zobi, I know you were watching by the side. You got to see the Valorant action happening. How's it going? How do you enjoy so far?
It's been super enjoyable. I feel like things have gone pretty much as expected with some closer matches. I was like, darn for Catface not being able to take a map after pushing teams like YFP as far as they did. But I think because the groups went as the way they did, we get some spicy matchups in the bracket.
This will be an exciting bracket. And speaking of, let's pull that up because of course that is what we have been waiting for. The results of the group stage was to see who would be the top seeds, who the bottom seeds going on into this. Ooh, I love that we get the fancy little animation as well. But yeah, seeing how these matchups are all going to be stacking out, Becky, I'm really excited. And again, single elimination.
Otter. So sorry about that. We are starting off at the top of this bracket and very excited to see how this has shaken up. I mean, and also just excited to see a match of 2 teams that we haven't really gotten to see yet, and excited to see how they're going to stack up based on some information on how they did in that group stage. But other matches, I'm kind of like, obviously, we're really watching Wada and how they're going to go against Meow. I could make predictions on everything, but I'm going to be really interested to see as we're going through our best of 3, how the other best of 3s start to go.
Yeah, speaking on those other best of 3s, I love how we get some main event upper bracket rematches, like 100 Thieves and Ghost and Wada versus Catface. I do think Catface can push Wada a little bit further, considering also how close that Blue Otter matchup was to round out the group stage for Wada. And I think in this bracket, a team that has the most to prove, right, is FlyQuest Red being the only team out of the 8 that did not make it to main event, right? And they come in with some main event powerhouses like Misu, like Edith to complement the current FlyQuest core. And I think they were, the biggest surprise I'd say coming out of that group as the number 2 seed.
Let's start talking about our first matchup that we're going to be eyeing up, though, and talk about YFP going up against Blue Otter. Of course, 2 teams with very different results when we look at that seeding phase, YFP being the undefeated team and Blue Otter being that 0-3. Though definitely don't be fooled because those 3 matches that Blue Otter played were really close. But talking about YFP first, I mean, Zobi, looking back, this YFP core, it's a team that these players, we know them to be of just a high skill level, high activity. So really excited to see them here in this best of 3.
No, absolutely. I mean, you bring the 2 GC VCL talents in Scary Shark or Nora and Corrupt together in this co-IGL calling structure. And the fact that they ended up on the same team is criminal, right, in its own right. And they had an insane run in that main event, only robbed away that LCQ spot by Wada because of their consistent performance and that championship point structure throughout the entire season, right? I think they are, like, in power levels wise, technically, you're top dog in this event and the one you expect to make that run through the playoffs and get another rematch against Wada.
And looking on the opposing end of things, again, Becky, Blue Otter, don't be fooled by that 0-3. Do not. They just played up against Wada. They had such a tough schedule. They had such a tough group. That was the group of doom over there. But going and losing 7-13 to Wada, I mean, we saw how strong Wada has been on the day. We know just in general how strong Wada is. So to be able to have it like that, I think says a lot. And I know Blue Otter, now that we are in the best of 3s, is going to be looking for their revenge because this is a team that definitely is capable of getting these wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking to, as you were saying, Sierra, the closeness of that match against Wada, Wada went 13-1 and then 13-4. So Blue Otter, of the matches that Wada played, was their quote-unquote toughest opponent if you're looking at scoreline. And I think that something is to be said for the maps that these two teams favor as well. I mean, looking at the best of ones that just were played today, they both have Sunset, they both have Split. YFP did go to Bind as one of their maps, whereas there was just 2 Split maps for Blue Otter. But that is kind of at least leaning into a potential favorite or something that they feel comfortable on as something that can help them in this kind of titanic matchup that is Blue Otter facing down YFP.
And I'm glad, Becky, that you mentioned the group stage as well, because I think they needed to really gel over this period and figure out a new kind of way forward and play style almost. Because if you look back to that main event, right, they had a player like Bob stepping in, right? And that's a kind of firepower that you can't necessarily replace. And they brought in, Arthur, or it'll be like Q Arthur, from Catnappers, right, previously to fill that spot. And so you had some role swaps. So I think most priority going to Harper, who kind of is leaning more into this flex role. And it takes time to then get back into your call, get back into these protocols after you probably haven't even been practicing after you were eliminated from main event as well. So I think those best ones, those reps, that challenges that we mentioned from beginning of the group that they were in, are going to set them up well now for the single elimination playoffs.
Especially too when, again, going into this competition, when you're looking at a Valorant that has changed things up, this kind of the first maybe opportunity that teams have really had to play, I mean, it is at any sort of official capacity to test out all of these changes. But now heading into our map select now with the best of 3s. I always love the best of 3s, but we're going to be going to Sunset first here, Zoe. Picked up by Blue Otter, Split, and then Bind to follow.
I think this pick is really, really good for Blue Otter to get off on the right foot, right? It was 2 out of the 3 maps that they played in the group stage, and I think you mentioned it as well, like Kiri pushed, right, YFP the furthest on the map of Sunset, with it being that 13-10 victory. So both a soft spot and a strength at the same time, and you kind of need that ball rolling before you get to Split and Bind. Bind being a strong map for YFP, and Split obviously being that 6-13 loss in the group stage that kind of set them on this path to no victory in the group stage.
Yeah, and I'm going to be really interested to also kind of see if the warm-up aspect is going to come into this. YFP has played on all of these maps already today and is probably mentally prepared for it. I will also say that Sunset is now a map where we are seeing the Sage and Chamber duo, and both of these teams are running that kind of double Sentinel going into it, likely off of the back of some of these Cypher nerfs and that character just like maybe not being as oppressive on this map as it previously was. But I will be interested to see that shift up and that kind of mirror match for both of these teams as well.
Yeah, the fact that they're running a lot of the same thing is just going to be a difference in the duelist, with Blue Otter going for that Euro in comparison. Whew, I don't know why I can't talk all of a sudden. I'm just thinking of the match ahead, guys. I'm too excited. But in comparison to the Neon on the opposing end, I think that's going to be really interesting. So a lot of the same ideas will be that they're kind of going into the match with, and both practice within this event on the day. So I think, too, that's going to make things pretty evenly matched up to be kicking off this series.
No, absolutely. And I'm super excited to see Vanitas in that Yoru. I think a very underrated player, right, was let go from Ghost, joined the Blue Otter family, and had since kind of finished out the year with them. And I think that they're one of those wild cards alongside Colby in this team that, yes, I feel like YFPX doesn't have a weak player per se that you can expose, but if those 2 players are online, they're definitely going to give this team a run for their money, more than you maybe expect from a 1 versus 4 seed coming into the playoff stage.
I definitely think for the side of Blue Otter, though, going into this, again, to highlight that even if they were 0-3, the matches were actually, they weren't bad matches. They definitely weren't just rolled over within this group stage. But I still do think for the team, getting off on the right foot here, looking at their map up first in this picks and bans, I think it's going to be really important here, Becky, for that just momentum going on forward. Because when you're looking at a YFP on the opposing end that has all that momentum and the confidence on the day, I think that's going to be a scary team to really stop once they get going.
I mean, that's certainly true. And I think it's one of those places where you have to come into this and just like not think about the score from the group stage. The moment that you start to think about the group stage, the moment that you start to think about, I mean, I already used the phrase Titanic to describe YFP. The moment that you kind of keep that in your head, the more that that's going to mentally affect you, and you have to be like, okay, we're focusing on our strengths and their weaknesses and that alone. Stop thinking about scores, stop thinking about like what has already transpired on the day. You're in a new clean slate for as far as you're concerned. You've picked up what you believe is your best map to start things off. And yeah, just trying to start off with hoping for a new momentum and not previous momentum from the other matches that have happened today.
I will say, I'm really hoping we get to see a map 3 within the series and be able to see a ban, because that will just, the more maps that we get to see coming out from these teams at this point in the competition is going to be really, really exciting, because there's been a lot of kind of rediscovering how these teams are wanting to play within this current patch of Valorant, which has been really fun on the day. We've gotten to see NRG kind of switch things up a little bit earlier. Of course, with these teams, we get to see a little bit more of that knowledge coming out on Sunset, but I would love to kind of just get to know a little bit more about these teams as they're getting a little bit more comfortable and stuff, especially too, since you want to try and make sure you can flex that maps, get all that momentum going, because $10,000 prize shared pool is going to be, there's a lot to play for here.
No, absolutely. YFPX the team to beat, and Blue are the ones with, I think, a lot to prove, being that you haven't got a win under your belt. And I think it's kind of that mentality of, if one, you're losing, you're learning. And so I'm hoping that, again, with the reps they have on Sunset that we mentioned, they'll get off on the right foot, and that split will be like, you've exposed a lot of your weaknesses and you can turn things around. But I also want to circle back to something you mentioned about how we're seeing the double sentinels for both of these teams and how different that is with the new meta compared to some of the other regions. Like, I've been over in the EMEAs, for example, in their tier 2 and GC events recently, and they've been leaning more into that double initiator, right? Because with the timing changes, right, the refresh cycles is what's been thrown off the most in terms of how often you're getting information, so they've been supplementing that a lot stronger. So I like this approach. Is like, okay, we're gonna avoid any contact, right? Put the walls up, TP away after taking contact with the chamber. So I'm curious to see how that difference is going to function in the server.
I mean, I'm just a big Sage fan in general, even before the match and everything else, just being able to really slow things down. And cracked chamber players are some of the most fun players to watch in the server at any given moment. Infuriating when you're going up against them, but to actually just kind of witness how it's all coming to point, I think is going to be really, really interesting. And to see that this is kind of like the style that, at least here for NAGC, that we seem to be trending for at this point in time, I think that's fun. I like it.
I'm so glad you mentioned the chambers too, because Harper, I said that was that flex player. They're a new chamber, right, in the server, right? And I'm trying to learn chamber right now because my sentinels were nerfed into the ground, and it is a different monster of a sentinel. And then you're up against Sherrod, right, who's put up numbers in the main event on chamber that rival the chamber 1 trick of Starbound as well. So I definitely think it's going to be a trial by fire.
It'll be fun. I'm excited to see it, but let's start getting into it. The first map of this best of 3 is finally ready. I'm going to send you two off to the agent select, and I'll catch you on the other side.
All right. Going down into our agent select. I mean, so far it's looking potentially a little surprising from YFP if these hovers are going to be true.
Ooh.
However, I imagine that veto is just trying to give me some false hope, but we'll see. Other side of the map, it does look like we are going to see Harper on that chamber, as you mentioned, and we have locked in that Sage already.
Yeah, we kind of hype things up to be this mirror matchup minus the differences in duelists. And yeah, I think on this map, another thing to keep an eye out for is just Zori is so threatening with the movement. It's very Arya from Wada like in that fashion. So again, I'm going to be looking towards these slows. I'm going to be looking towards, I think, even the trademark slow itself. I think that's going to be a great counter to the Neon in itself. Mm-hmm. And I think YFPX hasn't played against a composition that is so similar in nature, right? But that's also the difference here for Blue Water that they have to get used to, right? Is they were previously running very go-getter. This is like from one end of the spectrum to the other with the double duelist they ran with Bob to now the double sentinel, just again locking things in on the defense. But speaking of defense, they'll be starting out on that half. So when we talk about momentum, we talk about getting the ball rolling here as well. I think that's where you really are going to then, okay, have to hit the ground running.
Yeah, are you at all worried about something like this Neon getting locked in? You mentioned the chamber slow, but you're kind of running into double slow if you are having looked at the fact that they are likely also playing the Sage. I feel like that would make me like kind of be hesitant to pick up something like the Neon, but I guess it has potential to work. You just have to hope that the rest of your team is going to bait out a lot of those other pieces of utility as well, and you'll be able to kind of play around it. But it would make me a little nervous.
No, I would be too if it wasn't Zoriental. I'm getting flashbacks to the VOD review. Do you remember that ace where Zori was just holding a corner in the middle of relay bullets, every piece of utility dumped upon them? Yeah, that's the Zori we're talking about. So I don't think a few slows are really going to get in their way, at least once they're on the defense. But I definitely think on the attack side is where things are going to get a little bit dicey. But also that's going to be asking then Blue Otter, I think, to have the rotations on point, right? Because it's very rare that you're going to have that double sentinel on the same site to stack those slows, and that's going to again hinge upon surviving that long, right? Surviving the first contact, which is again Harper, new chamber in the server, and your stage as well, and that rotation timing from Sia. But looks like kicking the pistol off here, it might be a pretty heavy mid contest to kick us off.
This is kind of what I would expect for the start of Sunset. I feel like every team kind of just does this mid posturing, tries to see, okay, how do you approach where you keep your certain agents in mid? And it tells you kind of a lot, like being able to be identify that the Omen is held top mid every single time and has that potential for that paranoia into alley is going to be able to tell you a lot about each round going forward, being able to tell where a Sage is going to be versus, oh, this chamber is pushing forward. And I will equally be interested to see if Blue Otter changes that up going into each of these different rounds or continues to keep it the same.
This is interesting though, the triple group up after you've gotten the deep wall main side to clear out A main, while simultaneously YFPX has this deep deposited chamber, and then you look at the deep deposited chamber towards B main as well, right? Both teams think they have the edge here, and suddenly with some trades coming through, it's actually a Blue Otter to come away with numbers. And with 35 seconds left, right, it feels like these players are disconnected. The two strong E may have to puncture through and rely on that backstep from the chamber, and that might just even get cleaned up, I was gonna say, by Arthur, but to go for the time being, it's all coming together.
Yeah, all coming together and all coming up a YFP at the end of these, except for very long shots coming through from Harper. The classic actually going to be the headshots that solidify that corrupt wall up, and that audio cue is going to be enough for Harper to go for a little switcheroo and change up the direction that they're having to get on to this site. Corrupt hanging out very close to where that spike is planted and prepare for the turn around from this corner. It's going to be a battle of, do I right click, do I left click, and which exactly it's going to be. A nice little jump peek, a slow as well. Unfortunately, that slow is keeping Corrupt in this corner, trying to be really clinical about those right clicks, but in the end, that will be Harper's doom. And Corrupt, with 10 HP, I believe, locks that one up for YFP in this first round.
Yeah, I think the spray told the story pretty well there. A little bit of a cat fight just to finish off the pistol round. And again, I liked how we had like this juxtaposition of the proactivity, right? The clearance from Blue Otter and these deep late deposits, right? Sherrod very able to hold their own in a fight and kind of led us to this moment. Harper here, again, this kill was huge, but again, just not having the same right click RNG that Corrupt does to get on the board first.
I am also interested, you mentioned the deep wall on A at the start of the round and the wraparound with 3, and nobody ever went for that ultimate orb. I think I would be a little interested in seeing that kind of change up further into some of these rounds and trying to make sure, especially when you have something like the Sage, being able to get something like that online and available for the team sooner rather than later. But it is going to be a quick run through for the side of YFP, and unfortunately not locking up those shots. We talked about that right click RNG, and all of a sudden that script is a little bit flipped. Glow stick though still gonna be able to get that plant to come through. Scary Shark taking a few long shots, but going for that reload safe and sound anyway. The post plant is set up. They're very close to one another and kind of just playing along a lot of these angles, kind of all watching their own individual players until it is just Harper bursting through that wall and coming down to the YFP players.
Yeah, you can see the fumbliness around the Sage picks and not being used to what angles are and aren't available when you wall things off with the Sage on Sunset. That led to that, I think, individual mindset of make contact, take contact, and win the engagement, just because they did have such a advantageous buy right with that second round over Blue Otter. But I'll say Blue Otter did some nice damage there. You're forced to buy up a few Vandals to finish out the arsenal. And on the flip side, this is where again Blue Otter shouldn't have to get that ball rolling. rolling, but with Zori and how fast that entry was, the disrespect towards the Sage util, I'm not surprised that they're just running it back here.
And was there an op purchase?
There was,
for
from
Blue
Harper.
Water. Ooh, okay. Luckily for YFP, they're on the opposite side of the map, but
Yeah.
did get slowed down a little bit by that Sage utility and are slowed from going around that A short side. Arthur
Yeah.
is going to be able to nicely shut down that that roam through mid there from Sherrod.
They're like, you're not gonna fool me twice. I got you this time with guns in hand. But this is also interesting, right? Usually the Sage plays deep B main, and it's, again, you don't see it with the chamber here. So seeing again a Sage anchoring alongside the Omen over towards the A side is super interesting. And Sia saves the slow. You'll be the paranoia just to hold on to the space. But the rotations are slow going, and they're already puncturing their way in here off this barrier orb towards back hall.
And a very nice double the paranoia Bucky shot 1-2 punch from that entry onto site there too. A lot of that barrier orb has been taken down. Seas has come through. Zori in the back here trying to get those shots through that Radiant Knight box, but just narrowly missing it. Vanitas very nice. There does fall to Scary Shark, who is in a great location. Could go for a little bit of a confusion teleport, but with 11 HP, a resurrection comes out from Sia to bring back Vanitas. But it's just a little bit of a distraction here, going for each of these little taps. And Scary Shark originally doing a very good job of holding out time for as long as possible. But in the end, the HP difference kind of ringing a little bit too good for Sia there.
Just under a second, then the operator gets recovered as well, and that was dangerous territory, right? I think Scary Shark and Nora putting on full display that the tier 2 power brings into the server, the clutch factor, right? Left unaccounted for in Blue Water's calculations, but Sia's that player. I think I mentioned every single player except for Sia in the pre-show, and I think Sia is the one, like, I know the most, like, as a person, and what they're able to bring. I think I've coached Sia as a sixth man in a Radiant Academy at one point. She is also a menace, and she's been leaning into also kind of a more flex role here too with the Sentinel and the Smoke. And this Sage is battle prone, and so is Harper. Finally getting the off in the right place at the right time. No B main hold and antics. It is the mid fight stark and ready to shut down Zori.
And I like that they kind of conditioned I mean, we're only 3 rounds in, but in the last round, like, making it known that the operator was played over towards B garage so that they could make this change up towards mid, where they know that the Omen plays, but maybe aren't expecting for that chamber to peek around that corner. And it's amazing how kind of short-sighted your memory can be as Corrupt goes ahead and brings back Zori, says, we can't win this in a 4v5. We would like all of our duelist power to get onto these sites, please and thank you. And it looks like they're just trying to wait out some of the time for this barrier orb that keeps being put in the same location on A to go down.
Yeah, but it did give time for the operator to get back in position over towards the A site. So we get both Sentinels towards the side of the map. And that's the first time as well that Blue Water shut down the original plan, and you have to see this backpedal. So the question becomes, how clean is it, right? You confirmed heavy presence really deep into B main, hence the late A pivot. But it feels like they're so prepared to receive this.
It really does, and I'd be really anxious about peeking around that corner, but honestly, the guts that went into that, and thankfully, that shot not landing. A trade back and towards Sia able to take out Corrupt, but Zori, the nice little trade back with that Guardian in hand. Spike is down. Smokes are in place to try and hold this back for as long as possible. Post plant set up, but the moment that smoke goes down, it's going to be a little bit dicey for a few of those players, but luckily for YFP, a lot of Blue Otter trying to come through that back of A site and through that barrier orb that does allow for a lot of players to get those shots right back. Omen, the smoke comes through. Colby tries to go for the wide swing out, but Scary Shark, sometimes omens just no omens.
Yeah, no bonus clutch for Nora, but she converts a little bit later to keep YFPX ahead. And honestly, I think big kudos there to Blue Otter. I was expecting more retaliation from YFPX off that choke point generated by that barrier orb, but it just never came. And so the Paranoid relieved that pressure that was trying to reposition over towards Bend. It did get them out onto the site, but that's when the trades were clean. Scary Shark as well, the wrap back from, okay, I was flanking before, I was getting information on the other side of the map, to now playing forward and off their contact. That was the clinch factor. And yeah, their A exec is so clean at this point. They're just, again, flushing the utility as well. It feels like It's very cyclic that we're seeing. Again, the wall, we're seeing the orb like come out from Sia. So I think at this point we're gonna have to start seeing new things from Blue Water, such as, right, a tour de force super deep into elbow. They wanted to draw those players in, and after the initial show of aggression and how deep Vanitas is into B main, that may be where we're going again in the late stage.
Zori is going to go ahead and pop the ultimate here. Unfortunately, does get shut down by that tour de force that you mentioned. Safe teleport back onto A site, but deep through mid, Shroud's going to be able to find one with an operator of their own. Taking out that Yoru, and the rest of YFP showing themselves up on B side for the first time. Gonna throw out that Fade ultimate to try and gather information. Allows for Scary Shark to find the opposing Fade in Arthur and build up space for the spike to go down.
Yeah, I mean, minus the opening kill off the tour de force, this is still a Blue Otter eco, so 3v4 very difficult, especially with these defenders all just hold up on the site waiting to play off the util and the wall contact.
But I mean, that's gotta feel good if you're Blue Otter, knowing that this was your eco round, but your opponents have used 2 ultimates into it. And that's something that you're not gonna have to fight in future rounds. So you gotta take what little bit of victories you can get if you're somebody like Harper and you're facing yourself into a 1v3.
Yeah, but again, I think that's where the really good calling came through, right? Corrupt IGL lurking over towards B main, realizes, hey, they've TP'd out, we get this space back, and you now know, okay, the only weapon that they had in that tour de force was over towards the elbow. Let's avoid that and get a pretty much deserted B side. And I feel like that top mid kill from Sherrod as well, using, I believe, Harper's own operator as well, was just a nice touch, right, on top of it all. So you can see here, don't get confused. Relic, previous Ghost coach, now coaching for Blue Otter this event. Again, just it's nice to have. I think that presence in the server here versus YFPX. The big thing to point out as well is that they don't have a coach anymore. Again, this is kind of an end of the season, off season kind of transitionary period for YFPX. So it is just those players and those voices, I believe, in the server. But again, I think this is a great pivot point to be taking the timeout, right? You went for the thrifty, it didn't work out. You're gonna have a lot of weapons in hand, and if you lose this, YFPX is gonna start snowballing forward, right? And you also have the ults like the Nightfall, the Dimensional Drift to work off of. And I mean, I can't even really say what's been going wrong so far because we just haven't really seen too much out of Blue Otter, minus maybe some again one-off players getting fragmented away from each other, so there's a lack of coordination. I maybe just want to see them not afraid to give up space and play those retakes, because they were gaining a lot of momentum and grounds, I think, out of them, and the trades there were looking pretty clean.
Yeah, I think, weirdly enough, I try to like not put a lot of attention towards KDAs and like how those can tell a story, but I think I was gonna say, I think the KDA this time around is telling a story with Scary Shark 12-4, and just seems to be positioning themselves in a place where they're able to really get just strong moments and the game sense within those moments that we've seen where they have multi-fragged in rounds.
And that's unfortunate. I think the big switch up out of the timeout, right, was to try and take this deep mid space and stop players from Sherrod from lurking up, right? That's why you also have the trademark there over towards top mid. And again, the double sentinel stack towards A. So you can both have players on the B side and you can also try to flood back in. But again, YFPX is waiting for that kind of impetus, that kind of, I guess, move to react to. And you can see that if it is going to come, they're going to give them exactly what they're looking for, right? The re-clear coming off the deep smoke into B main, and you see this time they're ready to challenge it, right? These are tendencies they've been picking up on round after round that they got to mull over in the timeout.
It was very aggressive push out from Zori there too. Probably a decent amount of information from that audio cue as well, if you're willing to read into it as deeply as it seems like Zori and the rest of the team certainly did with this quick strike immediately after an unfortunate full team fatal.
I think they thought they were deafened and wouldn't hear them coming out of the ult, but I think the timing just missed. And so head on a swivel, they get that kill, and now, I mean, 3v5, operators staring down the Boba line, very difficult to interrupt.
Extremely, and with 2 players remaining, all 5 from YFPX, and Sherrod just gets to watch that angle. Colby is able to get 2, but when your econ is looking like YFPs, you're not super worried about losing a few of your players. Resurrection is back up and available for the side of Blue Otter going into this round, so I think it will be another kind of slow start to a round and trying to go back to throwing out a lot of their utility early, but YFPX is doing such a good job of holding back, waiting for that utility to be done, and then saying, okay, if you have no utility and utility timers are weird, we aim better.
Yeah, and I think something else it's a little bit different for YFPX, and I think this is something I've noticed as time has gone on. They're playing a lot more refined, right? I think they understand how the prize pool's hefty, as we do get some silence, a main aggression, but they aren't, again, they're playing, like we mentioned, very tempered, waiting, responding to this aggression, to the information, like they know where Harper's playing from, right?
Oh. Also got a nice little reveal off of that.
Oh, wait a minute.
There. Oh,
down
okay.
A.
Colby and Sia able to take down quite a few players. Sheriffs in hand. The peek out from Sia, a little bit aggressive when Corrupt has this Vandal in hand.
One enemy remaining.
Goes ahead and
Oh,
continues to
no.
try for it. Does get taken down, and it is just Corrupt. Fade is known back there. Tries to go for it, but it's a thrifty round for Blue Otter. Wow. And an operator pickup. Hey, we'll take that.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably need a replay on that one just because of how fast it was, right?
It
Then finally
was.
fighting off of some of that sense on the utility. Really nice, I think, timing there again against Sherrod and that operator, but a great way, I think, to bite back after your own timeouts and momentum was denied. And I think it just came down to, yeah, the coordination between those Sentinels on the A side there. Specifically, Sia had a great tendency of surviving and knowing when to concede space, I think, and take those kind of aggression points. But again, YFP saying, yeah, that's not going to happen twice, we don't think, but Harper has other plans.
I'm like giggling as Sherrod is like purposefully not walking up in the same place this time and is gonna peek around this corner. Unfortunately, the little shoulder check, the Prowler is gonna start things off, is gonna take a big chomp and boast that teleport to come out. Zori gonna have to back up because of that paranoia. Slow does come through, but Sherrod's gonna be able to take out Sia and Harper, both those Sentinels on that site, taken down. But the rest of the team quick to rotate here. Blue Otter going to do their best to try and keep the spike from being planted for as long as possible. The handoff does come through. The barrier orbs are making these entries onto site much more narrow. Flashes come through, but great timing from Sherrod, and also I think a fortunate smoke that blocked off some of that flash as well. Corrupt is going to be able to pick off Colby and go for that resurrection onto Scary Shark and make it that much harder for Arthur to come through and keep the economy for YFP that much stronger.
And again, just not taking fights where they don't have to, right? Haunt comes out, they can lock down where they could be here behind Generator and swing in synchronous moments. So 6-2 here, YFPX, and honestly, again, that round felt very close at one point, and then it just like sips to the wayside by heroics by players like Corrupt, right? I think Colby, the kill that they were able to find and then like TP out and then play that 3v3 retake was everything, right? Shutting down a player like Zoriento, but again, it's just still not enough. And again, you mentioned that the KDs can tell stories, and it's the fact that in the kill department, these rounds are pretty similar, right? Minus Nora, Scary Shark ahead of everybody else, right? It's not like, oh, people don't have any kills on either side, and that's a statement here, but the statement Blotter needs to make is how to figure out this attack. Sorry, this attack for YFP, and again, it's deep mid control that come out as the answer.
I mean, what a time to do a wide swing. Sherrod now pushed forward with the rest of the team, trying to move around these corners with this operator and get as much as possible to jump onto site. The turn and burn from Zori. A little bit of a rough moment for Blue Otter fans. The spike is going to go down. Harper's going to be able to get one, but the trade is just so much easier to make when you have more players on your team still available and still playing that buddy system. YFP lock up a 7th round and finding themselves not going to an even half-half at the very least.
Yeah, and I was kind of touching on this before, how YFPX was, at least when they first debuted, less refined, very just like ego heavy and that they weren't afraid to take engagements, like take risks. And we're starting to see now that they're this far in the head, those moments from Zoriento, right? Just charging down the enemy. And that's not a good indicator for Blue Water. Like, yeah, it maybe exposes a few more mistakes, but it shows that they're hitting that flow element. And this was the map you were supposed to get that control over that momentum, right? The agenda, the narrative. Since this is your pick, and you had 2 reps on it in the group stage. So, time being, great opener. Finally, Harper best Sherrod again, and again, a plan B's forced out for YFPX.
Yeah, ultimate comes through from that Neon as well. Gonna try and hunt players down. You were talking about that confidence level. You were talking about finding that stride, but maybe that was a little bit too much of a stride, too much confidence from the players of YFP. They push maybe way too fast, used all the same util, and kind of were an open book to Blue Otter in that round.
Yeah, I actually said this earlier today, and I'm gonna say it again. That sage wall on right side top mid, you can jump over it, you can shoot over it, you can maybe, if you're Sia, be able to get over it, and I think that's where that pinch play was able to shut things down, even with the Zori Entel overdrive rearing its head in that round, which was supposed to be the way back in, right after Sherrod fell. So a great way, I think, to stamp out the momentum, but they are tested again. Perfect really bolt though to counter, and it's Colby actually from top mid to dome a player.
I mean, at least if you're gonna peek out into mid like that, having somebody who is there for the other angle to kind of hold
Battle Sage?
Hold on tight. Battle Sage indeed goes for a deep slow there too. Is blinded up for a little while, but with the rest of the team trying to push out from these other angles and having this little bit of an off angle hold over towards Boba is potentially going to be very helpful. Continuing to just like stay back at this strange angle, does hit the clone, drops to the opposite side, and is going to go for this wraparound while the team is still trying to go extremely hard, but being dismantled by Blue Otter. So maybe the Battle Sage wasn't the call here.
I think it's just because all the players came through Boba and they didn't catch that cross timing. Actually, it wasn't that they crossed Boba, right? It was that they were already back sight, right? So they just didn't get that impact that they were hoping for of, okay, if they're all rotating from A, I'm going to have cross contact with each and every one of them, right? Where I can backpedal like they tried to do up against Vanitas. But it felt like they had a proper answer to challenge, okay, Harper, right? We talked about that double swing out of market. We had the Omen main, and that shut that down, but they didn't have an answer for the rest of the players that were starting to funnel in, and that's where we saw like the Vanitas utility come in clutch. That's where we saw the res bait paranoia combo kind of pull things back, and after the bumpy start of 7-5 here with all these ults, would be a great way to answer back.
Neon with a nice little jump over the slow orb, but unfortunately you can't jump over the barrier orb nearly as easily, so does eventually get stopped there, and Zori is going to be able to find this pick on Kobe. Jumps on to try and take out Sia, but Sia, very nice, very prepared for a lot of the positions of these players. Corrupt is going to be able to bring Zori back once all of this is said and done, and at least equalize it to a 3-3. The Fatal Ultimate did come out. And Sherrod's just gonna wait for the players on Blue Otter to come in, maybe a little bit too early on that Yoru aggression. And being prepared with these final pieces of utility, trying to make these little jumps and gather information now that they are a player in advantage. Oh, beautifully done from Sherrod and Corrupt at that final moment there, and going for that double swing the moment that Fade got taken out. Beautiful use of a slight number advantage.
Yeah, not just that, but just very good. Number one, nice shot from Corrupt. Number two, understanding that they're up against the Tour de Force, right? So you want to peek that directly, you want to swing off that contact, and I mean, Arthur made a dangerous go at it. Sia made a dangerous anchor go at it, and it's not a 7-5, but an 8-4 is not too shabby. I think we're learning day by day that just because you have a double sentinel or a double duelist, it doesn't mean you're attack or defense sided. It really does just come down to
the chamber really throws things all off.
Yeah, it's really down to like the team mentality and play style. But again, that just makes this pistol that much more important because you have less wiggle room to play with than a 7-5 half, and we're gonna have to see this centralized effort. No lurk play, I was gonna say at first from Harper, but solo mid. The rest gonna try and test the stage, and this is what I'm used to seeing, right? Is this aggressive info wall B main instead, and you slow off of it getting broken, you slow off of its contact here, and now I mean you've layered that plus Zori getting a kill onto Harper mid, and you've stopped them pretty much at the door.
Yeah, and that was kind of a delayed contact towards mid as well. I would have expected it to be a little bit earlier, but Zori, good job on being patient there. And now Corrupt really going to just hold on a lot of these crossfires. You get a lot more room to be patient the moment that you're able to be the one to get those first picks. And especially at this point, you would anticipate for the attacking side to move off of this site, but the moment that the smoke goes down from the attackers, a lot of information is crossfire as well. And you just get to kind of dismantle continuously. Arthur, the only one remaining, does have that haunt, but the paranoia is coming through, and that tells you maybe all you need to know about your position.
Yeah, I mean the panic wall right out of the B side, just trying to get out of this choke point. The crossfire never broken up because they invested so much utility on just the initial denial of aggression from YFPX. I mean, I think it's fortunate to a degree that they did stack the double sentinels towards that side of the map, but now they're like, we scarred them that bad on B. There's no way they go B. They're the ones with the buy, but they're the ones gamble stacking. I was about to say, guys, this might be a little far-fetched or maybe a bit miscommunicated, but they've gotten their right heads on. They spread back out here a little bit, and yeah, this is looking a little bit better. On early, look for contact here, and instead they avoid it. Disperse numbers through mid, and I was gonna say top mid do feel like the weak point, but they've gotten control elsewhere, right? Deep B main, and now that they have that deep Sage Corrupt playing off the one way in A main, they have two holding top mid. That big opportunity, that window, shut, locked, tight.
Like so much extra space in other parts as well. Nora does fall. At least Glowstick is able to push back to safety despite that paranoia, and all Colby's gonna walk away from with it is this sheriff. Feels a little bit bad, but you'll take what you can get. Glowstick gonna see if this top mid is safe or go for some shots off of the Prowler information and take out Sia, leaving everything just to Colby. With your location likely known after how the round has gone, and that's gonna be double digits for YFPX.
Yeah, it's just difficult. I feel like they didn't convert fast enough off the advantage that Colby paranoia and chase down gave, right? Like, yeah, in the kill department, you didn't get much, but you got a lot of deep control here, right? And obviously, we mentioned the area is difficult, but that's where I needed more movement, right? Out of players like the Omen. I wish they had just gone towards the site. It also just sucks that through the smoke, Sia also get clipped by that Ares, because two players going towards B would have been a lot stronger in the 2v4, but the difficulty here, right, is weapons salvaged by YFPX, no plant money either for Blue Otter, so again, that consistency factor kind of lost, and YFPX showing no signs of slowing down. It's just procedural, how they're clearing out A main off the Prowler, off the Fade info, and since then, they've kind of solved, okay, this B side as well. It's Zori they trust in perfectly to anchor market, especially with the Bucky. They have this deep chamber control that's yet to be challenged as well by Blue Otter towards B main, and it gives so many like places of certainty for YFPX, and the options for Blue Otter are so limited.
Yeah, I mean, you can the amount of space that YFPX is able to cover, and I mean, that's sound cues of almost the entire map at that point with how far you have a lot of these players pushed up.
Oh,
from downtown, unfortunately,
That's
Sia
huge.
was there.
yeah, heard the trademark, one of the dark cover, and that's huge because now, this is what I was worried about, right? If we did have Sherrod still be main and you get through market, you were going to have this backstab never cleared out, and now you should have pretty stark B control. You should have Harper cleaning up these lurk players on Nico,
Oh my goodness.
even if it's down to the last bullet in the magazine. And Corrupt, I think that dark cover support has since faded. That ship has since sailed, and at this point, I don't think you're gonna get out of this one.
I was gonna say, this is one of the moments where you're Corrupt and you're like, guys? What's up?
That's the thing is, everyone died in such different parts of the map, like looking at the littered bodies, and that was just Blue Otter, I think, just again responding well in kind. And aside from the market fight, which I think goes to the credit to Blue Otter, it just felt like some overpeaks, right, from YFPX. We mentioned how perfect all of the holds were, and then they pushed too far on A off the Sage wall. They overpeaked mid, and you tried to go for that scale up play, right, as well for Sherrod off the smoke, and they were just waiting for that moment to flip and scale up, even in the nick of time. So
yeah,
you maybe
spike. you maybe got to be okay with the amount of space you were able to get, and not not try to push your luck any further.
Yeah.
As you were saying.
So with that, 5th on the board. So 5 needed, I think, to try and contest this again. That was kind of a half-buy situation, like a bonus on a bonus, it felt like, for YFPX with how things were going. Yeah, because they did have a few weapons in hand, but overall, again, you're still going to have to get past some big old cycles, the first few rifle rounds, and
Yeah.
we're going to be looking towards Blue Otter. And as well, Vanitas, I hyped up so much in the pre-show, and 5 and 14, this is not normal for her, so she's trying to get the blood pumping, trying to go for these early challenges. You know Sharad's tucked away at Petra, and you're being given the 1v1, you've got to win it out. Ooh.
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to make that happen in Shrot. Very
No, they were
being able to go for it, and comes out on top. I mean, this goes back to kind of what we were talking about earlier. If they're not having to worry about expending their util in a certain way, because at a certain point they're like, I'm just gonna, if you're gonna give me a gunfight, I'm gonna take it, and YFPX are feeling like they're showing up in that department a little bit.
I kind of like this decision to fight top mid, right? I feel like Kobe with the paranoia really struck fear into YFPX's core. It was just an airy spray down through the smoke that thwarted things. So with this round, the right side smoke, there's not as much I feel like can be answered upon, except for possibly, I actually do remember there was an Odin in Glow 6.
There is an Odin!
It's gotten worse! No! And that's where, yeah, backpedal out, cut your losses. You aren't getting control over top mid, and apparently not market either.
At this point, it's just a slow sandwich of doom. Shrod will fall. Sia, of course, to heal themselves, and Zori just comes zooming through to finish that one off. And that was a much better, that's what we kind of expected to see more, and what we have been seeing from YFPX, where they're being much more cautious about the places that they're pushing up, and kind of picking the times that they're taking some of these fights. And once again, it's going to be Blue Otter to take a little timeout ski here.
Yeah, I'm glad this is coming through. Number one, from a money perspective, that's the most stark reason, right? If you lose this next round, it's going to be 12. You're playing for 7 rounds for overtime. So you're making the decision to go all in or reel back just a little bit and chance it. But I think the biggest issue why this timeout was taken was it didn't feel like there was a strong central or mid-round call out of Blue Otter. Again, it felt like they were all going their own ways, and by the time they figured out, okay, maybe we can go together towards market or something, that's when YFPX were already in position, already clapping back, fighting forward out of, top mid, out of market. And that's where that kill gets found, right? Onto a player like Arthur, and the spike goes down, and at that point it's unrecoverable. So I think that, combined with maybe Relic has figured out, okay, what this defense is looking at from some of the mistakes that have been made by YFPX. We look at Sherrod, right, over fighting B-side, for example, and I hope that they come up with a counter.
I hope so as well, but so far YFPX has shown pretty strong defense, but we are pretty early into this half as well. I do think Blue Otter, I will give them props for taking a lot of these timeouts kind of earlier into the halves, rather than kind of waiting for things to go horribly wrong and just saying, you know what, we have 4 rounds worth of information, and let's see what we can make of that information. That poor Prowler.
I get caught in the corner.
Really got stuck in the telephone booth.
My ult is ready.
But Sherrod never wavered, right? Didn't even think about maybe it was a Yor that TP'd away. They card clear it. They get a first blood, and the rest of the team are dropping like flies. Complete denial of any sort of timeout play, and that's how they get 2 kills.
That's the timeout play. It was the round after that Blue Otter got.
Yeah.
So we're gonna hope that that's the case again here for Blue Otter. They do have a resurrection at the ready.
Yeah, and one off from some big ultimates as well. I feel like the Tour de Force was, I think, a nice stepping stone to some of the rounds they got in the first half with Harper, who, I'll say it, chamber debut, or like at least first few reps are looking nice. And Arthur as well. We'll see if they can get that control, because again, with how far forward they're fighting, they're not going to give any orbs over. But Harper just found a collateral. That's the Tour de Force online and popped. That's the A control kind of thwarted, but it's difficult because they still have the overdrive to worry about. And Zoriental is going to take that advantage that Blue Otter just found and strip it away right from under them. The rug, they're tripping, they're falling, they've stumbled.
One enemy remaining.
Rough place to be, Sherrod. We were just talking about chamber moments. Talk about a chamber moment. Tour de force and that pistol in hand. 4K and the resurrection was used in that round. A tough fight put up by Blue Otter, but in the end, YFPX showing up very strong with some very reliable players.
Yeah, again, number 1 versus number 4 seed YFPX, right? Your second place team from the most recent main event. Aimers were all online, we're shooting. I think that's what the best of ones do give you out of the group stage, right? We talked about the confidence, not dropping a single map in that run versus Blue Otter. Again, I think they're having a hard time calling around the Double Sentinel than they did previously with the Double Duelist. It's just such a philosophy change that, again, if you're not used to playing in that nature, you do kind of get in this repetitive motion, and they just couldn't come out of it in time.
Absolutely. Well, we'll break down a little bit more of the game in just a moment when we get back from this break.
Going into the very first map of this series, single elimination bracket. We had highlighted for Blue Otter. This was probably a really great opportunity to get that momentum going, everything else, get one up in the series, but it's going to be a YFE that comes out of the gate so strong here, Becky. 13-5 victory, first map of the series. They are looking clean on the day.
They really are, and I will say that it felt a lot closer when watching it. There was quite some good scores to come out from some of the players on Blue Otter, and so I was kind of hoping for a little bit more to come through, and Zobi and I were talking about it even in like the span of 3 minutes that we were on that break, and I think Zobi had some really great things to say if Zobi would speak on how this shook up.
I mean, I think, again, some of those 1v1s that could have got the ball rolling to make that half a little bit closer, right? Double sentinel defense. You wanted, I think, to have it be like a 6-6 or better at a minimum, but again, Zori was outpacing a lot of the double sentinel utility, or it was in the wrong place. They just kind of played away from Harper, who was one of the shining points for Blue Water, and I think more of my analysis for that map is what I need to see out of Blue Water moving forward on a split.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued going on into the series because, again, when we get to see that it's two teams that kind of had a similar thoughts in terms of like the agents and etc., it was interesting to see how it all just kind of how it turned up to be so strong in YFP favor. But going on, it is a good opportunity to try and reset just that little bit. Though I do think it gets scary going on into the series because not only are you down a map, but you're now on YFP's pick. And Zobi, this is something we got to see come out from both of teams earlier, and YFP, they had such a strong look on this map.
Yeah, exactly. Beating out Ghosts 6-13. And that's, again, I think with some of the players playing not in their most comfortable roles. We go to Sherrod on stage, for example. So after their performance on Sunset, I'm sure we'll see some battle stage antics. But I think this then circles back to my question that I said I'd answer later in terms of what I want to see improve out of Blue Otter. And I think that this composition is going to set them up for success a little bit better. Colby on the KO, departure from that double sentinel to double initiator. Just going to give them a little bit more impetus, I think, to initiate these fights that they're used to taking a little bit more aggressively, and I hope that we'll see that kind of play to win instead of lose mentality as a result. That I think you kind of get trapped in with the Sentinel meta to a degree because it is just that hunker down, kind of survive. And on the flip side of that as well, with the Waylay coming out instead of the Yoru, right, being that dive and duelist a little bit more than the Yoru, I feel like Vanitas, we have to see a night and day difference because she really struggled there on Sunset.
A little bit of a slower start to a series where you would like to have your duelist pop off, but I'm excited to see if this Waylay can be the turnaround, especially too for Waylay being a pick here for both of these teams is going to be especially exciting. I feel like Waylay is one of those agents that definitely can be such a big difference maker in some of these rounds. Sometimes if the team isn't necessarily setting them up the best, sometimes can fall a little flat, but I definitely think it's one that always keeps you on your toes. But I'm excited to see too, Becky, on this map that there is quite a different ideology for these teams, even if they do both have the Waylays, in the fact that Blue Water, again, don't tend to go for the Senti for this map. At least they didn't earlier. So it'll be really, really interesting to see exactly how this one is approached, or if there is any changes with the fact that they're down one in the series and it didn't really pan out for them earlier in groups either.
Yeah, I am interested. I do think that I'm happy that you mentioned the playing around a Waylay. It is kind of one of those duelists that does rely on you kind of buddy systeming or being ready to play off of your teammates' utility a little bit more. And I do think that that was a place where Blue Otter was showing up. I mean, they were kind of losing a lot of those aim duels, but they were doing a good job of, like, it seemed like a lot of their communication was working out. A lot of their timing on utility between multiple players was working out really well. And so I am feeling pretty good about how they will go into this next map if they do pick up something like the Waylay, and how that is going to kind of come to shine.
Well, it's time to find out. Back against the wall. It's time to see if Blue Otter can bounce back here. I'll catch you two after.
All right. I already, like, it feels like a shame to see Sherrod kind of make this change onto the stage. I know you said that it was going to happen. I know we anticipated it, but for some reason, I'm kind of sad about it.
I'm very curious to see how it's going to play, because I've seen two very different ideologies on the stage in the new meta, which is either, again, the very traditional, like even like pre-stage returning, which was just wall at mid, play around vet, play around be heaven. There's also the one where you just like put all your faith vested upon this singular player in your stage to defend the A site. But I think obviously with Blue Otter starting on the defense every single map of this series, that becomes a little bit more difficult. But also, wait a minute. We're getting a composition shift.
Okay.
Again, they didn't like that 6-13. It was Viper KO Waylay only in the fade that they played, and they've, I'd say, departed from that quite handily here.
Yes.
I'm not against this, actually. Harper was having a heyday on Sunset. I mentioned that this team is so used to playing the double duelist, so Colby as well, I think, was having some good aim moments over on Sunset. I really like this. I was excited, I think, to see the KO try to set up this Waylay. I think you were talking about how they were good at, again, identifying when YFPX was on these islands needing to get punished. They were just losing those engagements because Vanitas alone, right? The Yorick kit, not scary, right? You turn the flash, you take the duel, and Sherrod was winning those time and time again in the head-to-heads up against Vanitas. But here, I think this is going to be super oppressive, right? The saturate, right? The hinders, and the flashes and TPing and the scaling. I think it's going to be a lot that hopefully overwhelms YFPX, but again, that'll be a mechanical check when we actually get into the moment.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said starting on the defensive side to have something like this composition. Will be interested to see who ends up kind of being like a deep lurker, if they try to have multiple people doing deep lurks with this composition on the defensive side, or if they are trying to be really aggressive the moment that YFPX tries to hit a site. It's an interesting switch up, and not something that I think, if you asked me to like pick what I thought was going to change, would be the change. So I'm excited to see it and see how it's going to pan out. And already Viper wall over towards B, the rest of the team over towards A, alert from this omen into sewers, and it is just aggression over towards heaven to try and clear off that space before taking the bomb over down towards that A site and potentially be able to match up with this omen in vents.
Oh, Vanitas' wrap timing could be everything, though, but they fast-tracked it into vents. This is one of my favorite strategies. Take ramps, go vents, and go all the way to the B site. The difficulty here is, though, that number one, our chamber very deep into B, got a frag, and now they're able to reposition as well. Harper receiving the pressure out of heaven, but you need the support from your team. You need the rotations to come through. Sia good for one, but ultimately traded out, and it is this tag team approach that will keep Blue Otter afloat, and just like that, that's why they hold hands and get themselves to a pistol round.
I was gonna say YFPX, a cool strategy, but maybe
save
trying
for the thrifties.
I was gonna say maybe doing a little too much for it right now. Some pings coming out about maybe how that should have been different to start things off, but it does already look like they're potentially gonna go for the same strategy this time around. Though that Viper might be joining a little bit earlier on and not going for that that play against the enemy chamber to start things off.
Lurk's good, but not when it's an eco round. And Vanitas, I was curious about the ramp's positioning over the main one with the route they did last round, but this is why Outlaw just trying to hold on. They dodged the paranoia, but the shot's still online.
Wow.
Oh, bodyguard protection failed, but Sia at least gets the refrag, and that will stabilize things for the time being. 2v4. Spike plant good for YFPX's pocketbooks, but can their clutch prowess bring them through the conclusion of the round? That dog says not.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and gather a little bit of information as to where the two YFPX players remain. Flash to come through, a little bit of information gained. Quick turn, but unfortunately the slow, and also just some great headshots coming through from Sherrod. It is now an even 2-2. Sherrod's gonna go ahead and put up that barrier orb and try and keep it at bay. The players remaining tries to go for the right clicks on this turn, has... Oh my gosh!
Is there enough time?
I'm sorry, the moment two knives come out, I lose all ability to talk, because somehow, with 0.31 seconds, that does end up going Sherrod's way. I
have so many questions.
I have so many questions, and there are so few moments that genuinely leave me speechless, and yet here we are.
I have less questions about Sherrod pulling the knife out, right? You're out of bullets, right? You
Oh,
don't
no,
have
yeah,
another
but
weapon,
the moment
right?
that Harper does, too, I'm like...
But also, like, the sage ball from Sherrod comes out so late, and that's what saves the round, right? Sia had to break through it while this entire knife fight is going, and they don't even get on the spike in time while Harper's trying to bait out all that pressure, and as well as...
it was just so close, too.
We're not even stopping. We can't even break things down because it is head-on collisions, right? The gamble stack towards A for Blue Otter, and rinse and repeat for YFPX.
And a beautiful anticipation of that swing coming out from Sia as well. 2 for 1 there on this initial initiation. Sherrod drops down and is able to take Unitas, but he does get that trade back. Is that an Odin?
That is an Odin
Oh
in the
my
third round.
gosh, blind comes through. Colby's trying to get the shots, has to switch to the classic. But speaking of the Odin,
Wait a minute.
it is gonna do quite a bit. And Harper, location unknown, but a lot of information gathered. And Glowstick finally gonna be like, you know what, your shoulder is enough for me to know where you are. I'm gonna get this
That
spike
kill
down.
hurts. The potential there was
The
so
Odin
high
just
for
hurts
Harper.
a little bit.
Like,
I'll
like
say it.
one of the biggest, longest barrels in the game, right? Maybe aside from a tour de force. You see it and you just, the reaction time was not there. And that would have been huge, right? You get the spike down, you can reposition, you can heed wherever Scary Shark and Nora may have been coming from the other side of the map. But I'm surprised that YFPX isn't just going A again after how things have been going. It's been very pedal to the metal, controlling the tempo, controlling the pace. And I also I've never seen a 1-3-1 with your Waylay on the A lurk, so that is peculiar.
I was just about to say, is Waylay over there to try and like fake like they're going A again? And that is not the
Nope.
case. Instead, it is going to be Harper taking
Res?
out one as well as Vanitas, and Res is indeed going to be the call. Make sure that this is a 4-4, but Vanitas jumps onto that wall and takes Scary Shark out again. A back and forth for both of these teams. Considering I don't think we're getting another resurrection, I think we're sticking at this 3-3 at least for a little while.
And now the Waylay lurk up over towards A gets what it came for. Zori probably heard that gate crash over by Colby. Hopefully will be the one to clear out the pests that lie on beneath. But yeah, this round's gonna hinge off of Colby here, I think, right? It's either gonna be you playing down a 2v3 or you do enough damage. And this stall out A main, just waiting for Zori to cook here, is what could keep things under wrap. And that's that extra layer that YFPX has brought to the table time and time again, and why they are such a high performing team. There it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is either gonna be like a unfortunate
30
timing
seconds left.
moment, or it's gonna work out perfectly for Zori and has time to go ahead and pick up that ult orb and have Glowstick be the one to get this plant to have that ultimate online should they decide to use it in the end of this round.
Face your fear!
Passing off some guns, and we are gonna go ahead and pop it and just try to get that bit of information. I don't think I hit either one of them. Oh, I mean,
Covering it.
this seems like such a tough call, but I think the mentality has to be, we got out the Fate ultimate.
Oh yeah.
Again, we'll
That's a
take
win.
what we can get. We'll hold on to these guns, because they did like pop
And the
up
res, too.
into heaven and go ahead and say, yeah, we have new guns that we didn't have. At least one new gun that we didn't have before this round, and got 2 ultimates. We'll take what we can get. We're still early into this game, and I respect this decision this early on.
Yeah, I mean, just that pause. You mentioned, like, oh, the timings were going to overlap perfectly, but it was Corrupt just saying, wait a minute, pause here in A main, that allowed Zori to get that timing. If not, it would have been, again, those two beating them to the site. And that's usually what happens. Like, even in the highest level of play, you're not thinking this many steps ahead. And this moment, too, in the round's frustrating, right? Vanitas, I wish you had just fallen back, right? You got what you came for. You denied the resurrection. It would have been a very even game, and you would have known they just walled off B, that you can regroup and play a retake, and this does not go their way. So, again, I like the call to save. Now you have a pretty nice buy with Tour de Force online as well, and have now ops on both sides of the map, but Colby, because of this Viper wall, can't get on the line that they want.
Yeah, this is a rough place to be for sure. This Viper just able to deny so much vision for the side of YFPX. Just keep a lot of these players safe and allow for Sharad as a Sage to just walk up and be the first one to take a point of contact. And also push forward and get this wall down for the team. The plant as well, since that Yoru was the only one deep onto this A site. The rotation is going to come through, and Blue Otter, the rest of them, are going to make sure that they're playing for this full group up that has been quite blocked off by Sharad up on this high wall, down to go ahead with the heal, rejoin the rest of the team, who just get to wait for the remaining Blue Otter players to funnel out of heaven.
And Zori went off converging paths if things start to slip, but even I doubt that at this point. Ooh, or do I? That's a great kill from Zori, trading out Scary Shark in that situation. Has the dash active as well, just to scale up quick. And Zori, again, you don't know where they're going to play and when. Trying to get out of that spike radius, will escape with their weapon, and Again, a singular player saving. This is where I'm expecting a relic timeout to come through for Blue Water, so they'll give us a little bit more time to chat with the squad. Or, I mean, this is what they took in the last map.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, every other time we took it on round 4 or round 5, and this time, Blue Water not taking it. Okay, maybe.
It might just be, again, the mentality that, okay, we saw this even just from the agent composition picks. They're playing comfort. They're not playing as, I think, stock standard procedurally here. It is just very reactionary, instinctual. So, yeah, they're very lucky this round. Do you see the setup coming out and converging paths, possible B split? I mean, number 1, Harper can hopefully hunker down B main, maybe flip the site and get out of the way. And number 2, you're going to have another 5-on-5 star retake with your own converging paths in the back pocket for Vanitas.
Harper with unfortunate timing on that peak isn't going to be able to find anyone off that peak, and it is going to be Scary Shark from heaven. Going to be able to see that Frenchman's noggin go ahead and let the rest of the team push onto the site. The spike does go down, and unfortunately the utility makes it too difficult for Blue Water to continue to push onto site even when one player is stuck trying to plant that spike. Scary Shark, great timing to push out. Go ahead with these picks, which continue to come through at every angle that Blue Water tries to converge onto the site from.
I cannot tell if Sherrod was already in B Heaven and a smoke dissipated, or if Sherrod came out of
that sounds
mail.
right.
But they perfectly countered the converging paths, and I wanted to see that kind of retake style from Blue Water, and that's unfortunate. Number 2, that was just the gate crash into body blocking Harper into the corner default, to then gate crash out and leave Harper to fend for her own and die seconds later to Scary Shark. I was like, that's just sad. And like, it's gonna affect the mental. It's gonna affect, okay, the communication clearly faltered somewhere, and that's where I think the timeout's now coming through. But again, it feels a little bit late, right? That was another big buy round. That was a big ult round. You've lost that. You know, YFPX should be guaranteed their 6th. That's why we thought it was gonna be the 1-4 timeout.
Yep.
So curious to see what Relic has to say now that will turn things around, because I was delayed, but it still got the system pumping, I'd argue, over on Sunset to cap things off. 8-4, at least more respectively than any more dominant than that would have been.
Yeah, and Blue Water, I think, is, again, this composition feels, one, more reactive, and I think it's suffering from being reactive when you're on the defensive side, and they're trying to cover, like, a lot of ground, and unfortunately just, like, it's hard to cover ground when you're playing against a double controller comp that's denying a lot of visual information to you as well. And it seems like they're... I mean, this is probably like a praise to YFPX and how they are denying a lot of audio cues. And that was a little unfortunate, but it'll be alright. Zori's still just gonna push onto site, not worry about it too much, sees this little trail, and is gonna follow Sia for as long as possible to try and get that. Flash comes through, unfortunately hitting a lot of players. True for Sherrod to be there. Harper, last one to fight in heaven, and it's a flawless round for YFPX that went faster than I could have possibly ever talked.
Yeah, I mean, the Fade util setup was perfect there for Zorian to scale off of Overwhelm Sia, who, again, we saw perform in that anchor player position on the stage over on Sunset A site, so that's unfortunate. I think, again, Blue Water played that really, really well, right? They funneled in immediately after contact was made on Sia. Vanitas had a really good timing into elbow there, but the reactivity had on a swivel, I think, Corrupt, for example, or no, sorry, it was Sherrod, right? Switching things up with the stages, it's scrambling my brain. Stared the other direction, got the trades back, and it's just like you mentioned, just snap your fingers, the round is over, and that's how fast things have gone, and they're just gonna keep that same pacing. But this time, Vanitas is here, Sia has friends, and they should have had support, but I think Sherrod was full stun, still getting that kill, and the res is gonna go through and stay alive.
A crazy res that feels like it happened the moment that Sage got taken down. Corrupt is going to be able to get this spike planted. Scary Shark, luckily for Blue Water, getting shut down before being able to rain terror down upon this site. 5 HP is massively unfortunate for Arthur, trying to find locations for the final YFPX players who, you said it, they've set the pace. The pace is extremely fast, and we're just hoping that Blue Water is really up on their cardio.
And that's where I have to talk about Zori and just how functional they have been and how versatile they have been, okay? We have seen all three of these things in the same map, okay? We've seen Zori backlines main, training teammates in the post plant. We've seen Zori getting up in your face, aggressive into screens. And we've also seen Zori on the other side of the map alone, lurk, and set up a late round rotation play. That's not things you typically see out of your duelists all in the same map. So again, this is so hard to call against and for to coach as well, like Relic, to get a good read on. And I think, again, that's where Blue Otter is feeling the pressure, even with a split rep today, is they have to play so in the moment. And that was a nice in the moment kill from Harper there. And as a result, this is going to get them to at least have numbers playing this retake with the ultimates online. But that's where, again, the proactivity. Look at Nora already. And Sherrod.
Oh my goodness. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Colby just trying to gather as much information, pass it on to the rest of the team as possible. Tries to pop out of it, but Corrupt is ready. Corrupt is ready for both angles, but Vanitas is going to be the one who is able to capitalize on that more. Coupled with that bird, unfortunately, it does not go Blue Otter's way. The Waylay is now the only one remaining, trying to peek out into 3 and gonna try and arrange these as well as possible. The pushback from 2 players from YFPX almost makes it so that this Waylay is able to isolate those picks. But in the end, Sherrod kind of showing off being a confident aim god, it feels like.
I mean, you're a little sage pushing into heaven while
Yeah,
the results are coming out. I think that states the confidence in spades. But
Yeah.
I also have to point something out as well. I feel like the Yoru nerfs have become more apparent in this series than before any like series that I've cast so far in the new meta. That's, I think, 0-3 that we've seen the Yoru trying to come out of the ultimate and not get a kill, right? 2 for Vanitas over on Sunset with Nightfalls, by the way, when players should be deafened. And Colby there trying to rejoin that and group up there on main. But a little bit, again, a stark start from YFPX. Once again, it's this fast pacing. You don't know where they're gonna go. And Scary Shark Nora posited up off that converging paths, but because you've drawn all the numbers here, because you didn't have a 1-3-1 or a player deposited deep into B main, I actually really like this call. And this is something else I've noticed. They don't have to have Zori even entry most of these rounds. They're walking onto sites. Any player can entry. And now the Viper spit is up, only complicating the retake that much further.
You're saying like any player can entry, and
Spike planted.
there's like a big asterisk of, in my eyes, any player can entry, because Sherrod's been entrying a lot, but Sherrod is also like, again, just out aiming everyone, and
There it is.
exactly like this, able to just the game sense to jump back exactly to the perfect place and then turn and burn at every single corner, while you're like, okay, the rest of my team, they have a Viper pit. They'll be fine. That was like a round where Blue Otter was coming in so strong and trying to match the pace of YFPX, and it still just like barely is not enough.
And you got a game sense for Sherrod. There's a point where I might just have to call it dumb luck as well.
No, I
Like,
would too,
like-
but
like tucking back in that corner, right? I feel like Arthur should have known where to shoot, and just that goes awry. And like you challenged over your wall, you're 15-5. Like again, the mechanical prowess, I agree, is there, and they're just fighting every opportunity that they get to and winning it out. And that's where I think, again, this is Core 5 has been together almost all year, right? This is, again, I think a year's worth of work in the making, and it's also vengeance, right? You taking out your anger of not making LCQ, of your season getting cut early, and NRG Neon Dream is where that's coming to fruition, and unfortunately Blue Otter are the ones to handle it. And Sia should have been the first victim, but trade won't deny them that fade, and again, it's a disadvantaged retake here, 3v4.
Spike planted.
Oh, wow. The timing's crazy.
the amount of times that I've
looking there.
seen somebody like turn around at the exact perfect time has been absolutely crazy on the day. Not just from players on YFPX or Blue Water, just like the day as a whole. Melia did it earlier, like turned around at the perfect time where I was like, oh no, you're about to get shot in the back of the head, and just like perfectly was like, oh, I think someone's behind me right now. And I was like, oh my goodness, this never happens to me.
Yeah, no, I will say YFPX is looking at their peak right now, and let's just say, I feel like if they went up against like Shopify or Wada in this form right now, it would be an insane series to witness. And that's the big question: is this YFPX going to show up the rest of the tournament? Are they going to show up tomorrow on day 2? Because right now, 10-1. Comeback attempts, and even with that first blood are making it look like it is eerie. And by the way, this is Zori alone on the A side of the map. It is a solo Harper with a tour de force trying to full-on stop 4 players strong, running at them towards the B site. So now they realize they've lost numbers, they've lost Harper, and now you're playing a 2v4 on the retake, probably a 2v5. Actually, I was gonna say if the res comes through, but I doubt we're gonna see Sherrod go all the way over there just to lift Zori up.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, the shot that came through to take out that chamber through the smoke, just like to where
Wait a minute.
the teleport is. Okay, Arthur. 3 picks.
Oh, the wall. That's
Not
insult
the
to injury.
wall.
The slight gap for the slow on a staircase as well. So now you know they're backtracking. They're running out of time. Can't break the wall. Can't respect that. And you can frame this crossfire off of it.
Oh, yep. And you have to know one of them's up there. Saw the shoulder. Got
Okay.
4.
Great attack.
Unfortunately, 4 kills when you're down 10 rounds.
Switching sides.
You know, actually, you'll take what you can get.
I feel like a round would have been nice, a little
round would've
10-2,
been
so
very nice.
not like, you know, it's not like a pistol round and you're done, you're dusted, which, reminder, I mean, Blue Otter, by the way, they got the first pistol round, reminder of this map, and then got thrifted into oblivion in the second. I mean, okay. I feel like just Blue Otter, they feel like they're running out of steam, right? Like, I could argue that on the Sunset, like, they were playing a very clean and consistent game. You saw, minus some of the mid-round calls and the attack, very consistent calling, like, a game plan for the retakes in mind. Here, it's, again, just ones on ones on ones, and some mistakes, some corners not cleared, right? And how they were addressing some of the retakes towards A. It's difficult to find a silver lining, but that's why you have to draw it yourself, right? With a pistol win here and now.
Step to try and come back. Sherrod, other side of the map from this, I was gonna say solo waylay, but actually they're buddy systems this time around.
Oh,
Good repositioning from Sherrod.
going back for more.
Despite that, the movement on Sherrod is just like, has been so insane this whole game. And it's that
Yeah.
much more impressive on a character that like has no movement abilities.
And again, we talked about how deep the control was on Sunset. We're seeing something similar here, right? You have Glowstick holding a really aggressive A line, so you have the Waylay rotate back over Zori to pick up this mid control. You saw the Sage heal, so you know there's at least 2, if not 3 here towards mid, so I like the Paranoia idea to fight. And sorry, I should say the Sky, not the Sage, but I like this. The cut noise rescale, the players have redistributed as well. I think there's a chance here if they make the right 50-50 call to lean A that we could see a go at this round.
It does seem like they are unfortunately leaning B though. The bird does come
30 seconds
through the smoke to follow up. Try make it that much more difficult for these players to scale up into heaven. They are chasing after Nora, and Sia is going to be able to take Scary Shark down. And this might be the big loop around over towards the A site. Glowstick is there, as
10
you said, and
seconds left.
Corrupt close behind on their heels. A nice star to block off that
One
vision. I
enemy
believe that
remaining.
was exactly with enough time, but unfortunately, it's not going to be possible once you're stopping, planting that spike. A
Match point.
beautiful little moment of blitz from Glowstick there to say, I can't let you have those 4 seconds.
That was, yeah, just really nice timing there. And again, Glowstick says they're coming. The smoke was creative. I like that from the Sia, but not enough to wrap up the pistol round. And you really don't have the like luxury of saving here. You have to go all in, right? Stingers, sheriffs, the
All
works,
in again, and all
that's
in
where-
again, and all
yeah,
in again.
Yeah, that's where not getting the spike down hurts a little bit more. But again, it's that hesitancy in the mid round. And secondary, why was Harper swinging alone? Okay, so Harper can swing alone here. That's the exception. But I meant in B heaven, okay? Like they literally looked like a 3-2-1 swing timing, and somehow Harper swung out alone. I need to get that off my chest. But what has gotten off the ground is this really strong BX deck. Again, a centralized force punches through. YFPX get out of the way, and now trying to flood back in. They're kind of getting fragmented a bit. This could be a little turnaround attempt in the making.
So far, so good. The Phantom is
Spike
in hand
down
for
B.
Nora here, and unfortunately that was the spike, so a little bit of pressure is lost. I was about to be really concerned for the fact that Sia and Vanitas were slightly fragmented on their timing popping up there, but you'll take what you can get. Match point still for YFPX, but a win for Blue Otter keeps them in this match and keeps them kind of up against the wall as far as their economy is concerned. But YFPX, with a lot of breathing room, say, maybe we won't worry about anything for a little bit.
Let's just say I would be very dismayed if this is the round that YFPX closed it out on. I mean, mentioned the rifles aplenty, and that's where I wish Blue Water was playing a little bit further back, but Vanitas trying to respond to maybe an aggro play, get some lucky pot shots here. Really nice scale of the Paranoia and the Prowler, though. Zori, lucky to be alive. They have the backup from Sia. Okay, Refract is why they're taking these engagements. Clear your corner.
I was going to say Vanitas is doing a very good impression of how YFPX has been playing. Just aggressive. By the way, I'm here. Also, I can hit a headshot. Let's do it.
Well,
Spike planted.
okay. Spike down, numbers in their favor. Really deep positioning as well around both primary access points, right? One exception being the flank here. Should be a done and dusted deal with the better weaponry. Doesn't matter who you want to feed these ult orbs to, and who has enough HP to finish the job. Corrupt, Lucky, and Vent. What could go wrong?
Ooh. Corrupt is like,
Okay, we can't
see if I
save the
can
Bucky.
find
You need to get a
anybody.
little bit closer to the B site.
You gotta at least try to take somebody out. Any damage you do to Blue Water's economy makes it that much easier for you next round.
Okay, here we go. They hear the final tick of the spike. When knife should come out, and they run it to its radius. There we go. If
Okay.
they somehow missed the timing and they like receded as they jumped back around the corner, I would have lost it.
Honestly, at this point, I would have my little giggle, and I would be watching Corrupt the entire round and being like, let's see what you can do with this Bucky you're stuck with now.
Absolutely. And Glow Stick Odin back online. Just another kind of annoying gnat here, but I did like the spy. I think they did get the orb there as well, so that's nice for the Nightfall. Because that's going to be the biggest obstacle no matter how you spin it for Blue Water, is when they get all those ultimates online. If it even gets that far, because now full buy up. Pacing looks good, but that's Zori.
Ooh.
First blood. Just locked on target. And they're going back for more.
And that's not what you want to see. Pops right into 3 of them. And YFPX looking very strong. Sherrod going to try and get in on this action too. Harper the only one remaining. 1v3. Teleports away. Finds a third. Knows where the last one is in the 1v1 situation. But Nora, Scary Shark, reliable on the day, and comes out on top of that final fight to lock it up 13-2.
I
Wow.
mean, a nice little adrenaline boost there, I think, at the end to try and make a go at a comeback.
Yeah.
But again, it's very dangerous when we said YFPX is in the form that they are in. And I think Zori, the fashion they found that multi-kill was just the perfect example of that. And again, we saw hopes from individual players. I think Vanitas online a lot more that map than map number 1. Harper had that consistency factor as well. So again, I think we caught Blue Water more so on an off day, because this is a team that has pushed, right, the best in the region, right? Both in the group stage today and previously in main event when they had that addition of Bob. And again, I think that was the big difficulty here. You were so used to playing a certain way, and then you came in to try and change it all up while accommodating Arthur, and that fundamental difference kind of just shook things up.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a quick break before we catch some replays of that match and get a little bit deeper into pulling it apart. We'll be right back.
And with that, it's going to be YFP to not just take the win, but the series win and be moving along within our bracket. Looking back at this, I mean, Zoe, this team is our GC runner-up for a reason. They're so strong, so coordinated, and something you really got to see come through on the day.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think every player on this team had their moment to shine. And again, that's what we get to look back up on. I was, again, concerned, I think, about the Sherrod switch up to the stage, but they did not lose any steam, right? It was just, okay, if I don't have a get a drill free card of a rendezvous, I just have to win. And they kept winning, and they kept pushing, and that, I think, complemented Zori really well, this trickster that, like, again, we mentioned was so versatile at switching things up left, right, and center, round to round.
And just looking back at this too, I mean, it was a match too. I love the little switches we get to see, everything else. And Blue Otter, I mean, Becky is a team that definitely has this fight to them, a team that you can't underestimate. But at this point, it was just a YFP that was so far ahead that even once we got into the side swap, like, there was just no wiggle room.
There really wasn't, and I think you get to see that from the scoreline of Zoriental and Sherrod. Like, the moment that you're seeing the confidence, how they're playing, how they're pushing out into every situation, and that leads to the pace of play, that leads to, can you keep up with us? And unfortunately, the answer for Blue Otter at almost every turn was just barely no.
With that, we do have to say goodbye to them. It was well fought, but just not it for the day. But as for right now, of course, we're in the business of celebrating our winners of that match. And with that, we have an interviewed with Sherrod on the line to chat a little bit more about it all. First off, hello, congratulations. Undefeated in group, 2-0 on this match. You're in the semifinals. How you feeling?
Just feeling great. I just had a really great time playing with my team again. We haven't really played since VCT, so I was just having a really fun night playing with everyone again, and it was just fun. Just a great night overall.
It's the most important of all, right? Being able to have the fun with the team. I want to talk about heading into this event because we got to see you as of pretty recently with GC, but now this is a new world of Valorant. We've got all these different changes and stuff, right? So I want to know with you and the team going for this run back, if there is anything that you kind of anticipated or thought about needing to switch up with all of these changes happening.
No, I can't really lie. Our IGL Wiley's the mastermind, so he kind of just cooks up the team comp, and we load in the agent selecting and lets us know what to play, and we kind of just send it from there.
Just from that? So there's no like these comfort picks or anything?
Nope, just like that.
That is crazy. I mean, I trusted the guy, the mastermind, and then trusted the team to be able to execute on the plan at any point, right? And for you now, we got to see on that second map, we see you on the Sage, something that's not necessarily too much within your wheelhouse too. So then I want to know too, I mean, you popped off on it. Was that something that when you were told, hey, you're picking up the Sage for split, was there any concerns, or it's just like, nah, I got this?
Well, I can't lie. I kind of asked Wiley to play Sage because I just know the slow is broken on split, so I just really wanted to use the slow, and I just really feel like playing Sage because I didn't feel like open on Chamber today, so I just asked to play some Sage. That's all.
Hey, it worked out. You should play more Sage. Yeah. We like the Chamber, but more Sage is Thanks. Good too. Now, moving along within this bracket, I mean, there is some teams that you're definitely really familiar here with too. I'm curious if there's any team that you're hoping to be able to face, even just like a Wada reface down the line or something, or is it just kind of like, bring us any team?
I mean, I don't really know what the bracket's looking like, but I think that Wada's still left, so we'd be excited to play against them. Nice little rematch is always fun after everything that was happening after GC, so that's always fun. And then I think 100 Thieves is in there, so a nice little rematch against them would always be good too. So just whoever's next, we're excited to play against, really, whoever.
Just ready for everyone. Last but not least, I mean, you had commented that this event is just fun, right? There's this opportunity, and I want to talk to you and ask you what it means to be able to have these off-season events where the team can get back together, go on this run, and be able to play more Val.
I mean, I can't lie, I was super bummed out after GC ended because I really like my teammates, and we couldn't play together anymore because there was like no more, I guess, matches because we lost. So when we got the chance to play in this tournament, we got invited. I was just super excited because I knew that we were all going to get together again. And after we lost, we had like a bunch of sad talks in Discord about how everyone's going to go their own ways and stuff. So just getting to play together with everyone again was just really exciting.
Well, we're definitely glad that we got to see it. I'll let you rest up for tonight because it's a long bracket tomorrow. But Shrod, thank you for your time. Congrats again on the win, and have a good night.
Thanks. You too.
Thank you, thank you. Back over to the analyst desk. Just hearing that, like, yeah, like the team, like, want to have fun, being able to play again. So I mean, that's heartwarming because yeah, it's a good team. I'm glad that we get to see them right today.
It was so bittersweet too. They're like, yeah, I saw the LFT posts. I saw like YFP saying that again, they're free agents, and it's like it's showing that again. I think that's what this event is kind of for, right? As well as just getting that spotlight. Like, okay, hey, if there's any new orgs, right? This year especially, we had Ghost come in, we had 100 Thieves come in. No else has their eyes on the scene. It's like these are the players that you want to be looking at, and it is nice to see them in the zone, right? With those that they performed the best alongside to give them those opportunities.
And I mean, they are definitely performing, that's for sure. Pulling up the bracket with that 2-0. That means they're going to be moving on into the semifinals. Again, Blue Otter with that loss. With this being a single elimination, that does mean we do bid farewell to them. In terms of how everything else is shaping up, though, we had a pretty quick match on the day, but we do have the results of another one as well here, Becky. Looking over, it's going to be wadded out with a 2-0 victory over Catface. So if YFP want that rematch against Wada, it's closer to happening in that grand finals.
I mean, if you showed me these teams and showed me who was very strong, like, of course, Wada and YFPX are at the top of the board. So I think that it's one of those things where you're like, I can smell it, it's on the horizon, and I'm following my nose to it. That being said, I think it's the other two matches that have still yet to be concluded, like, is kind of the crucible of where we're at. And I'm going to be very excited to see if FlyQuest can do a little bit of an upset or if Ghost can do a little bit of an upset, because I think that those have got to be some close matches. I mean, they're still in the weeds and in the thick of it here. I would be very excited to see also the match of Kiri versus YFPX, should Kiri make it to this semifinals match as well, because I'd love to see more from them after watching them this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I think that plays it up perfectly, right? I'm so glad Kiri is able to bounce back after that close loss up against YFPX, right? That 10-13 to round out their group stage. And we said Fly was on the up and up because they had those powerhouses of Edith and Misu, so that's nice. I am so sad that Meow or Catface Val was not able to rewrite their history book, right? The fact that they once again were kind of fed to Wada and were eliminated and knocked out after pushing them pretty far, right? Even though it was a 2-0, it was a 13-7 and a 13-10. So a team that, again, gets the short end of the stick. Like, if you measured a consistently performing team up against the top dogs, that award like goes to Catface Val, like, without question, right? They are, again, stable no matter what. And they also were a team kind of like YFPX that didn't practice, right? They were instead trialing, right, for Icy, who's gotten a full-time job, right? Who also came with some role swaps on their own. So that was super impressive. And to just round things up, make sure we talked upon everybody, I feel like 100 Thieves and Ghost, we mentioned that's also a rematch, so I hope Ghost can maybe push it to a map 3.
I love that we got a little live update as well, FlyQuest, to take a map 1-1 in the FlyQuest versus Kiri Magenta match. So that's going to be super, super exciting. But unfortunately, in terms of the main broadcast coverage for today, that is it for us. YFP Wada within the semifinals, still figuring out who else is going to be joining them, and a whole lot of Valorant action tomorrow. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Again, make sure to be checking out the pinned giveaway within the Twitch chat, your opportunity to win some really, really cool stuff. And we'll be back tomorrow for more of NRG Neon Dream. Have a good night, everyone.